Good morning, Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished company and student representatives, ladies and gentlemen, online and on site. Welcome
Welcome to
to
It
It Connects
Connects 2022.
2022. My name is Joseph.
And my name is Anastasia, and it is our pleasure to be the host for today's event in this beautiful morning. Today, we are especially excited for this event, not only because It Connects 2022 is the first talent pool event held to connect Indonesia and Taiwan, but also because It Connects, as similar to today's event tagline, It Connects 2022, Indonesia and Taiwan Competence Network for High-Tech and Industrial Investments, where governments, corporates, and highly potential investors and talents are all met and brought together in one place.
Yes, indeed, Anastasia. And there will be a great various and insightful presentations from the distinguished speakers that are all experts in their fields, of course, interactive networking and discussions, not to mention an opportunity for walk-in interview with Foxconn, Walsin, Jababeka, and Quasban that have set up booth today. And we also have an open talent job interview sessions next week. There are well-known and highly respected companies that are ready for you, Indonesia, young, talented, and professionals. So buckle up, tighten up your seatbelts because we're ready to roll.
And we would like to also express our gratitude to the organizer of this event, Indonesian Economic and Trade Office to Taipei, IETO, in collaboration with Walsin, Nuvotant, Winbon, Foxconn, Microelectronic Center, ITB, Indonesia, IEEE, and Delta. And this event will not be able to happen without the executor of the event, Crossbond, and also supported by CB Talent and Rustandi. Also incorporated with students and professionals organizations such as YIPA Taiwan, PPI Taiwan, and Barpita. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to officially kick off this event, it is my honor to invite His Excellency, the Deputy Representative of Indonesia Economic and Trade Office to Taipei, Mr. Zul Martinov, to give his remarks. Let's give a warm welcome, Mr. Zul Martinov.
His Excellency, Mr. Yuliot, Deputy Minister of Investment for Investment Climate Improvement, His Excellency, Mrs. Farah Ratnadewi Indriani, Expert Staff of Minister of Investment of Indonesia, Honorable Mr. Ken Wu from GLORIA, NYCU, Honorable Speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning. Tatia Hao. First of all, allow me to convey my deepest gratitude to all stakeholders from academician and research, all supporting and collaborating companies for this event, and all participants from student association, all universities across Taiwan, and all Indonesian professionals in Taiwan, and all colleagues representing several ministries from Indonesia. I would like to give best appreciation to my IETO colleagues for hosting this very breakthrough event bridging between skilled human resources and demand, especially from high technology and industrial investment. Indonesian human resources have been playing quite significant role for Taiwan economy. Our Indonesian fellow student, professional, and diaspora network have given some synergy for the growing, stronger perspective of Taiwan future. Yet the friendship between Indonesia and Taiwan, people-to-people contacts and close relationships, cultural exchanges, and further into technology development cooperation could form a new wave of power for regional, and even for global economy. Taiwan government through southbound policy and with very huge technology deployment potential has been supported also by growing Taiwan enterprises as prominent global players. On the other hand, Indonesia is not only offering a huge market potential, but also huge opportunities for innovation in many aspects of life and in many industries and business sectors. Indonesia diaspora in Taiwan number as more than 250,000 people also could be empowered to bridge the two economies and especially the much higher and more valuable potentials from the existence of more than 17,000 Indonesian students and alumni. I believe would be the most beneficial capital to leverage the quality of life for both nations and worldwide. Here, we in Indonesian Economic and Trade Office to Taipei are continuously exploring the enhanced and more innovative support and effort not only for our Indonesian fellows in Taiwan, but also for a very special welcoming and excellent services for Taiwan business communities. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we hope you could cultivate a very good outcome and fruitful result from today's events. The EAT Connect 2022, which also will be followed soon with some real action and implementation. We hope to see you again in the next EAT Connect event in other cities in Taiwan. We wish all Indonesia Taiwan talents a successful life of journey. Thank you. 谢谢，我很高兴认识你。
Wow, let's give a round of applause to Mr. Zulmartinov. Thank you for the wonderful remark.
And next, we would like to invite the President of Global Research and Industry Alliance, Mr. Ken Wu, to give his remarks. Let's give a warm welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
Morning.
Dear Mr. Yuliot, Mr. Zulmartinov, Mrs. Farah, and Mr. Ali Bazi, our friend, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be here to address my opening speech. IETO in Taipei is an outstanding performing office. They are one of the few best embassy representatives in the world I've ever seen. Mr. Budi Sentoso, he just newly returned, and Mr. Zulmartinov and all the colleagues are so hardworking with passion and momentum in promoting Indonesia, connecting Indonesia to Taiwan, to the world. Because of them, we witnessed IETO success, and we are convinced to believe in Indonesia of its huge potential and future. I personally see Indonesia as one of the very few candidates to catch up China economy power and surpass China. Exactly as your expectable President Jokowi, well planning ahead. It's just a matter of time, I believe, and his dream will come true. I have several times of sharing with some of my business partners that I might consider to immigrate to Indonesia due to nice ROI and CB index there. especially if President Jokowi invites me personally. That will be my dream. Yeah. I encourage all Indonesian students to follow your great leaders. Dare to dream, dare to pursue for the best. Join the best Taiwanese companies. We have several here today. A good cooperation here today, and grow together. Same, I encourage my peer in Taiwanese companies and friends to dare to go Indonesia, to invest, to collaborate through Pak Ali. Ali's help either for technologies or market footprint, buy more, sell more, enhance bilateral business and relationships. And by the way, Frank is here. You can get his help. You will not regret. So seize the best time in now. Indonesia welcome all investors going early enough before things are getting expensive. Bring in technology transfer and solution and investment. Make win-win results of revenue, earnings, and market growth. Finally, I wish all the guests are having a good conference today. Maybe today's event is only a small beginning. However, through the topics exchanging, sharing, I hope every one of you finds something of your interest and start to dream about something and make it happen in Indonesia from Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kenwu, for the excellent remarks.
All right, and last but not least, we would like to invite Deputy for Investment Climate Improvement, Mr. Yiliot, to give his remarks. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. His Excellency Mr. Zul Martinov, Vice Representative of IETO, Her Excellency Mrs. Farah Rana Dewi, Expert Staff of Minister of Investment of Indonesia, Honorable Mr. Kenwu from GLORIA, NYCU, Honorable Speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Chào An.
Chào.
Ta chào hao.
Hao.
First and foremost, allow me to wish you all in a good health and stay optimistic that we can embrace the new normal after post-pandemic. I would like to congratulate IETO for hosting this event, and I believe that this event could be a bridge between skilled human resources and industrial demand. I was being tasked here as a director of investment at IETO in 2002 to 2006, and during my tenure here in Taiwan, I understand that Taiwan and Indonesia are mutual friends, and we need collaboration to be able to grow together. Taiwan is the home of manufacturing and high-tech industry, while Indonesia not only having a potential market and natural resources, but we also have a huge supply of talents. The Indonesian government policies in economic growth include downstreaming and increasing added value in the country by inviting investment both within and overseas country supported by human resources who have competence and international experience. Around 80,000 Indonesian students in Taiwan, ranks from undergraduate to doctoral candidate, so that Indonesia talent could support Taiwan industry. I have witnessed a lot of Indonesian skilled workers recruited by Taiwan company when we expanded their business to Indonesia, the Indonesia worker would ease assimilation the process in Indonesia, thus making beneficial for Taiwan and Indonesia economy. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, based on investment realization data from January to September 2022, Indonesia achieved investment realization more than 892.8 trillion rupiahs, or equivalent to 59.5 billion US dollar, in which 54.9% is foreign direct investment. The figures show that the foreign trust Indonesia investment climate is still high despite the challenges that has been faced by global economy. Meanwhile, Taiwan's highest investment was in 2020 with investment value of 454.3 million US dollar and slightly decreased in 2021 and 2022. I believe with Go South policy, this figure could be still increased since the investment climate in Indonesia is always improving. Right now, the government have policies to move capital city from Jakarta to Nusantara is also an opportunity to invest in Indonesia. As President Joko Widodo stated, new capital city Nusantara can be realized with joint effort. Not only the government is engaged, because indeed the government has only prepared approximately 20% of existing budget. The 80% we give opportunity to private sector. President Joko Widodo also instructed to prepare attractive investment incentive package for private sector and provide as many incentives as possible. We can be provided in accordance with applicable regulation. Having this in mind, I believe the Taiwanese investment could still grow in Indonesia even future. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry of Investment of Indonesia is effectively promoting the potential investment and mutual investment cooperation between Indonesia and Taiwan. And we will continue to support cooperation and collaboration that has been well established. Our team is always ready to facilitate your investment and business inquiry, as well as to bridge communication between Indonesia counterpart. I wish you all enjoy IT Connect 2022 and have a great success in near future. Thank you. 谢谢.
Thank you, Mr. Yilliard, for the excellent welcoming remarks.
Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, to have a token of remembrance, we will take a group photo together. And for the first part, the photographer from the stage will take the photo. And ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Take your position, and we will do thumbs up pose together. 给个赞可以吗？好，thumbs up together and smile. Don't forget to smile.
All right, we invite the photographers in front of the stage.
You can put off your mask. Thank you. Okay, first we'll move the 讲台. Okay, ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1. Everybody say cheers. 西瓜甜不甜？甜。
All right, maybe you can put your mask off so we could
Yes.
take one more time.
One more time. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Everyone say yeah. Yeah. Great.
All
Thank you.
right.
Let's give a round of applause. Thank you. And for the second part,
Okay, next, we would like to invite our honorable guests to come on stage and take a picture together. And I will call one by one. From Mr. Zul Martinov, Vice Representative of IETO, please come to the stage. And then Mr. Ken Wu, Global Research and Industry Alliance, NYCU. Mr. Yuliot, Deputy for Investment Climate Improvement from Ministry of Investment. C.S. Shah, Manager of Business Resource Group of Walsin Lihua Corporation. Farah Ratna Dewi Indriani, Deputy Chairperson for Investment Climate Development of Ministry of Investment. Professor Trio Adiono from Microelectronics Center, ITB, Indonesia, IEEE. Director of Winbond and Nuvoton, Dr. Chung Wei Ju. Tanti Harjo Darsono, Head Secretary of IETO. Mr. Ali Fauzi, Director for Investment Department of IETO, and Mr. Winky Angga Priyana, Director for Industry Department of IETO. Please come to the stage and we'll take a picture. All right, we'll get a formal picture first. Everyone get ready? 1, 2, 3, click. Okay, it's the photographer. Got it. Maybe one more time with another sun. All right. Done. Okay, everybody smile to the camera. All right. For our distinguished guests, thank you. May kindly be seated. Next, of course, there's also speakers and are the distinguished guests. From Mr. Nofrizal, Director for Indonesian Migrant Protections of IETO, please come to the stage. And Andromeda Dwi Laksono from PPI Taiwan, Devin Theodon from Perpita, Jeffrey Susanto from ASML, Director for Labor Department of IETO, Uta Juwita Jara, Assistant Trade Representatives of Office of Trade Negotiation from OTN, Mr. Frank, Director for Immigrant Department of IETO, Mr. Jerry Risnandar, Director for Trade Department, Mr. Bayu Nugroho, Professional Director of New Voton Technology Corporation, Mr. Alvin. Please come to the stage. All right, we'll take a formal picture first. Please take your mask off. Give a big smile to the camera.
okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, thank you, our distinguished guests. To warm up the stage this morning, we have invited a talented Indonesian students who have prepared our proud Indonesian national song with the title Tanah Airku, which means my homeland in English. So what are we waiting for? So let's welcome Miss Laurel Olina to the stage.
Let's give a warm welcome.
Hello. Test. Okay, greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Laurel Olina, and I am from Indonesia. Right now, I'm studying in Taiwan as a university student, and today I'm going to sing a song called Tanah Airku, which personally to me, it means a lot because as an overseas student, it reminds me to always have Indonesia in my heart and to always be proud of Indonesia. So this is Tanah Airku. Enjoy. Tanah air tidak ku lupakan, kan terkenang sepanjang hidupku. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cinta, engkau ku hargai. Walaupun banyak negeri ku jalani, yang masyhur permai di kata orang, tetapi kampung dan rumahku, di sanalah ku rasa senang. Tanahku tak ku lupakan, engkau ku banggakan. Tanah air ku tidak ku lupakan, kan terkenang selama hidupku. Biarpun saya pergi jauh, tidak akan hilang dari kalbu. Tanahku yang ku cinta, engkau ku hargai. Tanahku yang ku cinta, engkau ku hargai. Thank you.
Wow, what a talent! Hearing Miss Laurel sing this song remind me of how precious Indonesia is actually to all of Indonesians.
That's right. What an outstanding performance. And now, ladies and gentlemen, next session, we will dive into the world of semiconductor industry to get to know about the collaboration in semiconductor and basic electronic industry ecosystem, where experts will share about their insights and also discussion from various perspectives. And before that, we're gonna have a 5 minutes coffee break, and after that, we'll be back again and get into the next session. Please enjoy. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our event will continue soon, so please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our event will start soon, so please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our event will start soon. Please kindly be seated and take your position. We will continue our networking session. All right, welcome back to It Connects 2022. In these sessions, we believe everyone will be able to gain in-depth insights about the collaboration in semiconductor and basic electronic industry ecosystem. We invited 3 experts in their industries. Then later, we will have a talk show with not only experts but also talents and government for fluid discussions about the talent readiness in these industries.
Okay, without further ado, our first expert, currently a professor at the School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics, also served as the head of for the IC Design Laboratory, Microelectronics Center ITB. I will present about the opportunities and perspective of microchip design house in Indonesia. Let's welcome Professor Trio Adiono. Let's give a warm welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for times. So I would like to introduce a little bit how about the human resource and technology regarding the semiconductor develop in Indonesia. So my title is about the opportunities and perspective of microchip design house in Indonesia. Next. So the contents will be about the human resource in semiconductor area and the research and development, and also the product development and research center and technopark regarding semiconductor. Next. So I'd like to introduce, I'm from Institute Technology Bandung, especially, and I'm in microelectronic centers. So these centers for developing semiconductor technology and also industry in Indonesia. So we are chosen in our country as parties to develop the semiconductor technology. So we are, our university is ranked 235 in the world, especially for the electrical engineering. We are number 201. So we are, we have 4 laboratory in semiconductor, which is focusing on the system design and IC design and IC manufacturing. Okay. Next. So I would like to introduce a little bit about my institute. So you can see that we are the oldest technical university in Indonesia, located in Bandung, 120 kilometers from Jakarta. So this is our university. So the climate is very nice. It's around 24 degrees. So we have 49 bachelor and 52 master programs, and also 27 PhD and 2 professionals. So we have several centers like a nano research center, microelectronics research center. Okay, next. So actually our area in microelectronic centers, we are in value chains of, first we're doing research in component developments, and then the second is system level development, which is ODM or OEMs, and then also manufacturing and system integrations. Next. Especially in value chains, we do chip design, and then wafer fabrication we do outside Indonesia because we don't have a wafer fabrication. Different with Taiwan, you have a very advanced technology in wafer fabrication. But we have facility for testing and assembly, and also measurements. Next. Yeah, this is our facility for IC packaging. So we have this in Polytechnic Batam, collaborate with us. So it can do wire bonding for a chip. Next. So this example that we do in Batam, it's a video. Could you play it? Yeah. So we fabricate a chip and then do wire bondings for it. Yeah. So in this Polytechnic, we teach students how to do packaging, because in Batam we have Infineon company. Yeah. Invest a lot in IC packaging. Next. So these are our competency developed in IC design. So we do full custom design and then semi-custom design, focusing in hardware design, modeling, architecture, RTL, and also currently in system on chip. Yeah, because system on chip is much faster for us. Yeah, do not need a lot of connection with the foundry. Next. So these are more detailed about the capability that we teach, and also doing education. So starting from front-end design for a chip, and also the back-end design, and including the design for test. And also we are focusing on FPGA prototyping. Yeah, it is for fast development. Next. So our expertise is more on, I myself actually, but the other professors as in analog mixed signal, but my group is more focusing on DSP, physical layer, near field communication, security, and wireless technology, and of course, currently the artificial intelligence. Next. So this is the research development that we do in ITB. Next. Yeah, we are focusing on the core technology, which is chip designs, and also the applied technology, such as the Internet of Things, 5G, AI, and robotics. And also for the application, we cover also like cloud computing, and data analytics. And also there is one group working on autonomous system. Next. So this is an example of our students doing research in artificial intelligence. This video, could you play? So our students is designing a chip that is implementation in FPGA for real-time face recognitions. So it's already published in IEEE journals for the design for high accuracy, high frame rate. Yeah. So this is a result of the research in AI. Next. And we're also doing a research in baseband chip design, like a 4G technology and 5G technology. So we develop BTS, yeah, and we also collaborate with NTUST in 5G network. Next. So this example in our lab, we doing a prototyping of chip for wireless communication. So this is a video, could you play? So we do a design video transferring and RF design and measuring with well-known Rhodes Sports measurement equipment. Okay. So we make the chip in a 3G, so it become very small, yeah, and can do a video transfer. Next. So this is the latest system that we developed. Yeah, these are for high-speed communication using 4G technology. Yeah, and we include also the high mobility system. So it is done by our researcher, full-time researcher, in master degree level. So you can see that the students is not only design or a small design, but they are doing a complete design, starting from chip design up to the protocol design and also application design. Next. So this is also the research doing a mesh network communications, because currently using base station, but in this research we do mesh. So it's hopping between one communication site to one communication site. Next. And this one of end product that our center developed and deployed during the COVID, yeah, for wireless communications. Next, could you play that one? So you know that in many remote area in Indonesia during COVID, they do not have cellular signals. So our institute is develop towers and also the base station in order for students to learn, yeah, in a remote area. Yeah. So this is actually funded by Ministry of Education. So we applied that our design system for real application. So these are the products. Yeah. You can see that this is funded by Ministry of Education. Yeah. So if you see on the cellular, the name is not operators, but the name is ITB itself as the operator. Okay, next. And this is one of advanced research that we do. This is a visible light communication. So people accessing the YouTube here, not using RF, but using the light. Yeah, the data is sent by light actually, and our students actually this is a bachelor student work. Yeah, so they can access the YouTube using the light. If you see at the end, you can see the transmitter actually the LED lamp. Yeah. So this lamp actually is sending the signals. Okay. Next. And this also our bachelor student actually when they graduate they're doing a research in designing wearable device. Yeah. But of course with the help of our centers. Yeah. And they develop the application to detect the cardio activity. Yeah. And using the signal processing, using AI and others, yeah, so can do monitoring. So they design the electronics part and also the embedded system for this. Next. And we also design the water quality, yeah, water quality measurements, because in Indonesia there are a lot of ponds, yeah, and also fisheries system, yeah. and we do a sensor of pH, oxygens. Yeah. Next. And then this AI, yeah, for detecting the activity of the city, yeah, during the COVID. So because there is a lockdown in Indonesia, and we want to monitor their activity during the lockdown. Next. So we make embedded system, which is AI edge. So the computing actually is done on the edge. Yeah. So this is not chip, but we use a GPU for the applications, yeah, for doing a real-time monitoring. Next. And this also our students during COVID, they make a attendance system, yeah, using the face recognition system. So they do this within a group, yeah, consists of 3 people, yeah. So they make a device for this attendance system. And they make also the data analytic for this, yeah. So this the data analytic implement in a cloud system. So next. And this also the research for a fish counter, because Indonesia many fish fishermen, and then they need to count the fish. Currently, they do manual counting every day, 500,000. You may imagine how they do it manually. Yeah. Next. Next one. Yeah, that's R&D regarding to semiconductor that we do. Now I explain a little bit about the product that we develop, yeah, in Indonesia. Next. Yeah, for example, this is a healthcare system, yeah, to detect the capacity of lung. So we do product development with medical university, yeah. So basically, this is IoT device that can record your lung activity, including your saturation of oxygens, and send it to the cloud. Next. So this is a device that developed, and this device already certified by Ministry of Health, and also already published in Apple application, yeah, application store. You can find it. So this the objective is to make telemedicine. Yeah. So the patient doesn't have to go to the hospital, so they can do remotely. Yeah. Next. And this our activity also in energy matters, because energy matters in Indonesia now still offline, not connected to the internet. So we developed the modem, yeah, to connect it to the internet. We cooperate with the largest operator in Indonesia, telecom company. Next. And also we make a device for water measurements for city. And this project we also work with telecom company. Next. And this is for solar cell. So we work with a private company in order to measure the energy generated by solar cells. Okay, next. And this is the last product. Yeah, Indonesia want to increase the utilization of induction cooker. Yeah, because mostly now cooker in Indonesia is using gas, and the price of gas is increasing. Yeah. However, when it convert to electricity, there is a problem that gas is having subsidized, but electricity does not. So we include the energy matters and application in this induction cooker. So the people will use the cooker, and after using, they use their application in order to reduce the utilization of the electricity. Next. And this our work on the medical device. This for oxygen therapy, yeah, during COVID. Next. And we designed the module, yeah, for these products. Next. and also the ventilators, and it's already get a license from Ministry of Health. Next. And also the patient monitor. Yeah, we currently develop this in the program of maybe you know this in Indonesia there is collaboration between university and the company. Yeah, so the government will give a 50% funding if you collaborate with the company to develop. So this is funded by company and university. Next. Yeah, this the inside the system. Next. And this another product like a baby scale. Yeah, with the different. It is IoT. Yeah. So it has application because in Indonesia the growth of baby is still not good. So they need to monitor it. So we develop baby scale, including the monitoring application. Next. It's similar. This for the head of the baby. So you know that in Indonesia, we have a health center. Yeah. So that, every month they have to measure the height of the baby using this application. So next. So basically these government projects, yeah, that we helping them to develop products. And this also the measuring the height of the children's, yeah. Okay, next. And including incubators, yeah. Maybe next, yeah. This incubator is very smart, yeah, because it can control the temperatures, humidity, oxygens, yeah. Also measuring the temperature of the baby, yeah. Next. And this for the pond, yeah. Because in Indonesia there is a lot of ponds, so we monitor the quality, water quality, including several parameters there like pH, turbidity, dissolved oxygen, and others. Next. And we improve to the portable one. Yeah, we develop this and deploy in 7 areas now in Indonesia. Next. And the last is a technopark. So our institute is developing a technopark. Next. So we are willing to invite you to be there, yeah, because we will provide human resource. But to access to the markets, we want to invite with you. We invite you to be there. So this is a small one. It is already finished. Next. Yeah, with several facilities there. Next. 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 The new one in this one, yeah, it's already started to develop and will be finished in 2024. Yeah. And this one is we set up 3 floor for the semiconductor area, including the clean room. Yeah. Next. Yeah. So this, but in this building is not only regarding to the semiconductor. There's also like a transportation research, yeah, and medical and others. Next. Okay. Next. Next. Yeah, this our recognition in chip designs. So usually my students I send to Japan to do competitions, and they get award for chip design competition. So if you know the famous magazine in Japan, our student picture is displayed on that magazine. Next. So this is our activity internationally. Next. This university that we collaborate with from Europe, from Japan, and also Korea and Taiwan, of course. Next. So as conclusion, Indonesia has a lot of potential talent in chip design. Indonesia has a huge market that requires chip solution. Indonesia is the era of digital transformation. So many things now transformed into digital technology in the area of energy, IoT, healthcare, and of course the electric vehicle. And then Indonesia provide competitive advantage in chip industry, yeah, and Indonesia economy grows positively. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Professor Trio, for the amazing presentation. We now realize that the market of Indonesia is now ready for this industry. Next, we will listen and understand about strengthening global positions by high qualified talents of basic electronic designs. Let's welcome no other than the Director of New Voton Technology Corporations and Winbond Electronic Corporation, Dr. Chung Wei Ju. Let's give a round of applause.
Hello everyone, it's my honor to have the speech here. So let me introduce about the Winbond and New Voton at this moment. And later on, we're gonna have the video to show what is the inside of the Winbond.
Dawn shines a light on every city in the world. Winbond's professional products, technologies, and services are deeply recognized by customers around the world and has operations and R&D teams worldwide. Winbond is a leading specialty memory IC company. From product design, R&D, manufacturing, marketing, and sales service, Winbond is committed to providing customers with service-oriented memory solutions. Winbond's products include specialty DRAM and code storage flash, which are widely used in computing, network communications, consumer electronics, industrial and automotive electronics. Winbond's products are indispensable components for electronic applications. We work with global semiconductor suppliers to promote industry development and continue to actively realize innovation. Winbond values integrity as its business philosophy. It is committed to becoming a trusted partner of world-class customers, committed to the vision of a better future. Winbond maintains its steady position in the specialty memory market by integrating global R&D capabilities and actively investing in the development of technology. Winbond also enhances R&D competitiveness through continuously expanding its IP portfolio. Winbond is the only company in Taiwan with the ability to develop, design, and market both DRAM and flash products all in-house. Winbond uses various process technologies in its pursuit of low power consumption, high speed, outstanding quality, flexible stacking, information security, and other design and development innovations that enhance the added value of products and the company's long-term competitiveness. Winbond's 12-inch fab is located in Taichung Science Park, a highly smartified and automated factory with flexible production, agile service, and stable delivery. Through sophisticated manufacturing processes, precision equipment, and strict product control, Winbond satisfies the quality requirements of world-class customers. Winbond introduced advanced semiconductor technologies to our 12-inch fab, run-to-run process feedback mechanism, advanced process control, APC, predictive maintenance, PDM, Advanced Manufacturing Control Center, AMCC, and IoT applications increase intensive data communication among machines, thereby optimizing production efficiency and quality consistency. Smart factories focus on in-house system development. According to the characteristics of the semiconductor industry, a professional big data team takes the massive amount of production data generated each day and optimizes the entire system. This includes analyzing data with statistical experts, modeling and visualizing data by IT experts, and cooperating with the engineering team, industry, government, and academia to develop analytical tools for professional and special needs. The proprietary self-diagnostic system quickly debugs and prevents losses through remote control. Continuously learning and evolving to make factory operations smarter. Wimbond Smart Fab strives for zero defects and the best quality, and continues to promote Industry 4.0 to meet the high-quality requirements of world-class customers. Wimbond's 12-inch fab has a sufficient number of generators and uninterruptible power systems to provide backup power that achieves 80% of the power needed for plant operations. The large water reservoir can store 30,000 tons of water for manufacturing, striving for uninterrupted production. Wimbond's fab site at Central Taiwan Science Park is elevated at 160 meters and won't be affected by floods or tsunamis. The building's earthquake resistance level complies with the International MMI Scale 9 standard, which is equivalent to an earthquake return period of 500 years, providing the safest production guarantee, and realizing the company's continuous operation plan and crisis management to improve risk tolerance. Wimbond pursues excellence and zero defect, and is certified by a number of quality and environmental safety management systems. It is also the first memory manufacturer in Taiwan to obtain ISO 26262 certification, the highest standard for automotive functional safety. We continue to reduce power consumption and carbon emissions, move towards green technology, develop green products alongside our customers, and value environmental sustainability. In the wafer manufacturing process, we use smart automated production and optimize system operations to achieve energy efficiency and environmental protection, fulfilling our corporate responsibility to protect the environment. Wimbond Electronics, a hidden champion in providing sustainable semiconductors to enrich human life. Wimbond, we deliver.
Okay, that's the video showing the Wimbond. So right now, at the gallons of the Wimbond, I would like to let you know about Wimbond. So Wimbond established by 1987, and from now already 35 years. And the major product actually for the DRAM and flash, and also for security, because everyone actually know the digital world. Every data should be secure. So no matter running in DRAM or flash, you have to ensure all the data have been protected. And chairman is the Arthur Zhao, and the president is the Jen Pei-Ming. And we have two fabs. One is the center of Taiwan, actually in Taichung. The other in Kaohsiung, just established, running by the end of this year. Okay, next. Leading position of Wimbond, actually you can see for the DRAM supplier, Wimbond is the worldwide top 5. And NOR flash wise is worldwide top 1. That means all the NOR flash actually running in the world, every 3 devices have one NOR flash by Wimbond part. Okay, next. Our major product, actually we have the mobile DRAM, specialty DRAM, core storage, and the last one is trust me. That's means all the data have to be secure. And that means go to the next one to see the detailed product. And for the mobile DRAM, actually we have Hyper, Pseudo, and also the low power DDR2, DDR3, and DDR4. And in the near future, we're gonna have the low power DDR5. And specialty-wise, we have that's running for the PC industry. We have the DDR and DDR2 and DDR3, and sooner DDR4, even DDR5 will be coming. And the cold storage, actually, Winbond is the worldwide #1. So you can see we have the serial NOR flash and the authentication flash, and also the NAND flash with the different interface. And the last one is the Trust Me. That's been using the secure element. So everybody have the cell phone to do the ePay. So inside the ePay we call the secure element, and Winbond can provide the secure element to the worldwide mobile device that ensure your transaction have been protected. Next. So after introduce about the Winbond memory, so you just your guy can be a bit confused about the using for where. So you can see the Winbond is around you. That means in the PC industry, like the computer, we occupy actually the revenue generated by 22% by the computing. And for the consumer-wise, actually generate about 24%. And the communication, like the mobile and even like the communication-wise, it generate about 32% of the Winbond revenue. The last one is the car and the industrial. So it's occupy about 22%. So that means for the 4C, you can see all the Winbond product inside. The reason why Winbond can support so many applications and for the mass market, so you can see we have in the past, we only have one fab actually located in Taichung. That's the capacity, wafer capacity about 58,000 wafer per month. And from now, actually, we already in production in the Kaohsiung Science Park. That's you can see the area-wise is almost double about Taichung. That means the capacity in the long run could be double for the wafer capacity. That means from Taichung about 58, in Kaohsiung, the maximum could be more than 100,000. And Winbond worldwide, actually, you can see we have plenty of the site actually in America, in Germany, in Israel, China, Japan, Hong Kong, and headquarters located in Taiwan. And the customer base, we have actually no matter in Europe, in America, in China, in Taiwan, you can see most of the famous customer actually, the vendor actually our customer. For the ESG wise, we got a lot of award. Actually, no matter from TCSA and even like the Taiwan Stock Exchange. So that means we not only earning the money, but we also care about the social responsibility. Our core value is to conduct the business with the integrity and the ethical behavior. That means we do the business with honor. And also accountable teamwork and aggressive innovation and sustainable contribution. That's running the business for the next decade is so important. Okay. For the diversity and the inclusion wise. So right now in Winbond, we have the 3,700 employees working around the world. That's from 13 locations across the 6 countries. So you can see for the nationality wise, and we have for Taiwanese, we have almost about 3,000. But we also have many of nationality like from Japan, from America, from China, from Israel, even from Indonesia, we have 3. So I think in the long run, there will be more and more Indonesia talent will join Winbond. Our commitment, actually, the first one is to strengthen our cultural inclusion. So we believe the talent will do the best work. And second is to reduce the unconscious bias. That means we run as the international company. Actually, the culture definitely international. So there's almost no about discrimination. Actually, is our culture base. That means that we treat all the international employee as the same family. So this is a sharing from foreign employee, and that's from Japan. That's the working in our testing team. Actually, they are so happy to work with Winbound. So you can see the sentence here. I don't describe that. Or for the compensation and benefit wise, Winbound actually that's for the annual salary we totally 14 months. That means 12 months regular plus festival bonus and the quarterly bonus. I mean basically it's 14 months per year. I mean if the company earning the money, actually we have the quarterly bonus. That means your annual base will be increased. And also if you have a baby, actually if you have a baby, actually when you work in Winbound, actually we have the special compensation. That means to let the employee happy to have a baby here. And also for the regular wise, actually not only the regular holiday and regular special leave in Winbound, we also added the 7 days. We call the pay leave. We call the LOHAS leave. So once the new employee join the Winbound, I mean for the first year, you're gonna have the 14 days for your special leave. Okay. I think I would like to skip this one. That's been you can see a lot of good facility and good restaurant. Actually, you can enjoy. I mean, stay in Winbound as long as possible as your happy hour. Okay, not only working the daytime or even nighttime, we have a lot of club and activity you can join. And I think you will be enrich your life when you join the Winbound. Okay. Because I have to speed up because they're actually a little bit delayed. So, I mean, the career in Winbound, we are looking for the previous one, actually, professor saying so good about the design house, what design house need. And Winbound is not only the design house, we are the IDM company. We are design and manufacturing together. That means that we need the IC design talent and also the engineering for product planning, process equipment, and testing. And also we need the supporting for the backend like the logistics. And the last one, like me, I'm the marketing, so we also need the marketing and sales talent to export our product to the world. So welcome to join Winbound. So this is a hot job for you, actually, for all the Indonesian talent, I mean student who is willing to join. So no need to take picture because you can get through from the website, even the social media to get what you want. Okay. So this is showing the followers keep in touch. That means all the social media you can find it. So next page, they have the barcode. So welcome to scan that and apply the job what you want. Okay, so from above actually is the Winbound introduction. So next one is the Nuvoton introduction. So right now I'm working in Nuvoton. So for the first 20 years I was working in Winbound and just suddenly transferred to the Nuvoton. So I would like to introduce Nuvoton from now on. Nuvoton actually is we call the sister company of the Winbound. Is actually spin-off from 2008. And right now the employee population similar to Winbound is around 30, also about 3,700. And the major focus actually is the logic design, logic IC, including digital and analog. So right now Nuvoton is not only the logic IC provider, but also is the system solution provider. So later on you will see. Something you need to know about the Nuvoton. The first one, we are the Chinese number one first launch 32-bit ARM Cortex M0 to the market. And also the audio IC market share up to 70%, not the 50%. And we are the number one in worldwide actually for the TPM. TPM means trust the IC supplier that's using for common criteria, EAL level 4 plus. Even we have the product for the level 5 plus. And the last one is we are the Asia number one for Cortex M0 MCU selling record. In the past, actually, Nuvoton actually running the logic IC business for more than 30 years. And in the past, we are nobody. But in 2020 to 2021, we become the worldwide ranking number 7. I mean, you can see above that, like the textile instrument, microchips, STM, actually, just above of us. Right now we are occupy about 2 to 3% of the worldwide general MCU market. But you know the little is big. So later on we'll see why it become, now we are small, but why it become big in the future. The Nuvoton worldwide location, actually the headquarters definitely in Taiwan. We also have the one the Nuvoton have the Nuvoton Taiwan and Nuvoton Japan. We also have the design and marketing center in Japan. That's the many manufacturing for the automotive IC parts. So you can see we have the branch in Korea, in China, in Singapore, in India, Israel, America, even in Europe, Germany. Yes. Nuvoton is around you. That's the definitely interesting. So you can see we have plenty of the product in here. Like the EC, we have the BMC and HDMI IC, even we have USB 4.0. That's everybody using every day. Right now, your device is using USB 3.0. But in the coming near future, USB 4.0 will become popular because the transportation time will be double compared to the past. And also you can see the automotive industry, especially automotive, is occupies 37% of the total Nuvoton revenue. So why the automotive is so successful in Nuvoton? Because we have the BMIC. That's mainly for the EV car. All the EV car have the big battery. The battery need the management IC. So Nuvoton is the worldwide leading company provide the BMIC that not only in the German car maker, but also Japan car maker using a lot. And also that's been in the battery, but also in cabin. You can see in coupé, you can see we have the Gerda for infotainment. That's the shipping quantity more than 60 million pieces. And also we have the lamp and the window T-shield. That's all have the MCU inside. So you definitely can say Nuvoton actually everywhere. And for the communication IoT, we have the power efficiency. We have the power management IC. That's mainly for the server power. And even for the trend, even heavy one, we have the right solution to do that. So that the technological TANAH must be really strong for the analog plus digital together. So one page is showing now we are the end of 2022. Look forward to the 2030. What is the 2030 issue? Climate change and resource limitation and the population getting bigger. And the urbanization actually is going to be mature. Even Jakarta in the future will be the fully digital city. So that's the mega trend will be moving from carbon nature, even carbon negative. So how to do it, how to make it happen. And the last one is the autonomous, that's mean autopilot. And also the smart city, how to be more confident in your city. So the market moving from new energy, smart mobility, and robotics, and smart life. Yes. Our match, that means the Nuvoton focus on the 2013 issue. What is our solution? Our solution, first one for the new energy, for the battery management, already mentioned that. We have the leading product actually for the BMIC, battery management IC. Right now we are already in the fourth generation. That means that we can measure the current and voltage. In the future, we also can ensure the battery life cycle, lifetime, to ensure actually everything safe, predictable for the battery cell. And we also have the visual sensing. We have 2D sensor and also we have 3D sensor. That means that we have IETO can measure like in car have the driving monitoring system. That means that we already have in this market. And the last one is the Edge IoT society. That means make your life more safer. So that's already mentioned about your personal data or your private data in the digital world, how to be secure. So you can see part of our value customer is getting growth. And in Japan, we have Sony, Panasonic, and also in US, you can see. And inside the Nuvoton, we have more than 4,000 customers. Right now is using the Nuvoton parts. Okay, this page, I would like to skip this one. So this our slogan, also our focus is to be the hidden champion in providing sustainable semiconductor to enrich human life. That's also referred to the 2013 issue. Okay, this is the population category actually showing Nuvoton worldwide step presence. So you can see right now, total we have almost about 3,800 employees working in Nuvoton. Japan actually is the biggest one. Japan is the biggest one, almost occupy half. And Taiwan is about 1,500. And Israel we have the more than 140, and China 104, and Singapore 102, including Malaysia and Indonesia. And American, we have the 46 and Korea 10, India only 1, but in the future will be increased a lot. We still really focus on the South Asia, especially in Indonesia. Okay, I think the compensation benefit 100% sent to Wingbang because it's the sisters company, so all the benefit, all the compensation is pretty same. The only difference is salary. Okay. So let me skip this one. So join the Nuvoton, similar the environment actually that way like I described in the Wingbang. One more thing, I think our human resource would want me to say higher, say louder, is Nuvoton is the top 100 high salary company in Taiwan. So it's really important. So we would like to encourage all the Indonesia talent, encourage them to join Nuvoton. And Wingbang one, I'm not suitable to say that, but actually the HR leader actually here, he can tell you about the salary point of view. Okay, I think the similar situation like the Wingbang, and Nuvoton also need the IC design, engineering, product, and supporting backend support and marketing. I have to say about right now the worldwide situation not good, especially in 2033. is the tough year for the semiconductor field. But Milverton, actually my boss told me, we still need the talent to join us. So like my team, I also have the vacuum actually welcome who is interested for the marketing, just reach me. I think the social media that's here, so you can easy to find a job in here. Okay. I mean, talk show. I don't mention so much at this moment. Just to let you know about talk about the chip in the past several years. So the chip is small and small, but unfortunately, actually based on the most row, the chip shrinking will be quite limited from 2 nanometer to 1 nanometer, and the shrinking period getting longer and longer. So, I mean, there's the two alternative solution actually happening right now is making the 2D IC to 3D IC. The second is because your cell phone have AP chip, and also the chip is getting more complicated. So, and also the yield rate is not good. So the better way in the future is making the chiplet. That means just using the dedicated separate chip and putting in the substrate and as the system base. But the most critical thing for this one is the thermal issue. So TSMC is doing that. So answer the first question. And the second one is the EV chip, and also mention about the semiconductor product getting, what I say is the demand getting huge. That's correct. Because for the digital world, you can see the most important thing is your data. If the data getting 10 times increase, you need a more semiconductor device to support it. Because you have more data have to be approached and have to be calculated. So this is the answer not by the semiconductor field, but by the digital world. When you transfer from the analog world to the digital world, actually your data booming so fast, you definitely need more device, more IC to approach that. That's the second question I'm answering here. So I finished my speech. So any other question, be free to let me know. So I think later on have the have the keynote. We can discuss that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chong Wei-Chu. I believe we all gained many from today's presentation. And for the last but not least, we invite the Manager of Resource Business Group from Walson Liver Corporation to have a presentation about an industrial future drive by renewable energy, identifying and elevating the capabilities of Indonesian talent. Let's welcome Mr. C.S. Xia. Let's give him a warm welcome, please.
Halo, selamat pagi. Senang bertemu dengan kalian. And now I'll switch to English before I embarrass myself. Okay, it's always hard to follow up semiconductor. I think Walson is definitely not as sexy as some of the companies that you heard about earlier. And I'm here to talk today about the industrial future driven by renewable energy. Now, I can remove the word industrial and it will still make a lot of sense. But the reason I kept it in there is because Walson, we are industry. I mean, we are we're known locally as a 传统产业, a traditional manufacturing company. And we are also very, how do I say, behind the scenes. So just quick show of hands. Which one of you who do not know me know about Walson or have heard about it in the past? We have 1, 2, okay. And that's perfectly normal because before I joined Walson, to be honest, I have never heard of the company. We're so low profile that this is actually the Walson building, but it says Citibank on top. So when I call a taxi, I have to say, take me to the Citibank building. Okay. All right, next. Here's a better look at that building. Yeah. There's a tiny sign on the ground that says Walson. You have to really look for it. Okay. So you might be wondering why Walson. We are a traditional manufacturing company. Everyone is talking about semiconductors. Everyone is talking about EVs. And now I'm going to tell you how Walsin actually impacts everyone's lives. And a quick history on the company. My boss, his name is Yu Long Chow. He is the younger brother of the boss at Winbond Overton. So we are kind of an affiliated sister company. So I'm actually very envious about their compensation package for sister companies. Okay, so how does Walsin impact everyone's lives? I can safely say that the electricity brought to you either in Taiwan or in Indonesia has, during its path from the power plant to you, traveled on a cable that's built by Walsin Lihua. And our stainless steel, you've definitely touched stainless steel today, either a door, a rail, an MRT guardrail. Many of that came out of our smelter in Taiwan and probably came from Indonesian ore in the first place. Okay. So a lot that's behind the scenes, out of sight, out of mind, but Walsin is definitely in part of your lives. Next. Quick history. The stuff that's in light blue is related to Indonesia. So we're founded in 1966, went public a few years later. And in 87, as mentioned earlier, invested in Winbond Electronics, now into a separate company. In 1991, we actually made our first investment in Indonesia. PT Walsin Lipo in Cikarang. It manufactures wires and cables. We'll talk about that later. In 93, the Yenshui stainless steel plant was established as our first foray into stainless steel. And fast forward to 2020, we established PT Walsin Nickel in Morowali, Sulawesi. 2 years later, we expanded from MPI into nickel matte, which is a battery component in Weda Bay, Maluku. And in 2022, we acquired a stake in Transcom Energy, a thermal cooperation, as a kind of as a resource hedge for our manufacturing facilities. And although not related to Indonesia, it was recently announced that Walsin acquired a stainless steel plant in Italy. Next. Okay, so Walsin is separated into 4 core business groups. We'll talk about the first 3 today. We do wire and cable business, stainless steel business, and I'm from the resource business group, which is the newest business group in charge of our investments in Indonesia. Next. Okay, so again, why Walsin and why energy? During the last shareholder presentation, our chairman mentioned that the future of Walsin will be related to energy. He gave a few examples: the creation of energy, the storage of energy, and the transfer of energy. And if you look at these, they actually intersect with all of our business groups. I mean, creation of energy, you have solar farms. Solar farms has Walsin cables running underneath them. They likely use a Walsin stainless steel bracket. Wind turbines, a lot of the onshore wind turbines use Walsin inter-array cables. And now onto storage. Nickel battery components. We are probably one of the largest nickel players in Taiwan. And part of our goal in the future is to also reduce our carbon emission. And how do we do that? We're looking into hydrogen. EVs, I look at EVs not as a mode of transportation, but also as energy storage. I drive an EV, and right now I have kilowatts of energy sitting in my car downstairs. It's being wasted. So how will this all affect our lives moving forward? And the transfer of energy, I will say that's our bread and butter right now. We do a lot of high voltage DC cables. We have also announced an expansion into submarine cables for offshore wind and also for supergrids. And if we can have hydrogen electrolysis, why not move into hydrogen and ammonia transfer? These are tricky materials that would require new types of alloys, which is perfect for our stainless steel business. So next. So a quick overview on for each of our wire and cable, our business groups. So wire and cable, these are our current products. Stuff in green is the upcoming submarine cable facility that's being set up in Kaohsiung. In the past, if you look at, you really wouldn't know where to look, but if you see a cable in Taiwan, you look closely, many of them says Walsing Lihua. I actually looked in my building at my house. I looked very carefully, and it does say Walsing Lihua. So right now, our focus is renewable energy, and next stage will be submarine cables. Next. So this is our first and currently operating plant in Indonesia. It's a joint venture between Walsing Lihua of Taiwan and Lippo Group in Indonesia. I visited this about 4 months ago. It's a very stable business, generating 60 million revenue with a consistent net profit, and we have about 300 employees there. Next. And this is the brief production flow of our products. Like I said earlier, out of sight, out of mind, but it does involve quite a bit of complexity. And even if you can build it, it's another thing to certify it. So our products have received certification from many of the European wind power players, so that we are the only cable maker in Taiwan that meets their expectations. Now, I actually stole this picture from the BNEF conference during B20 in Bali. I was there listening to the presentation by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resource, and they showed this picture of the supergrid. And this supergrid, I think, is essential for Indonesia because you have an oversupply of electricity in the Java-Bali grid and a shortage of energy elsewhere. With renewable being intermittent, it's critical to connect the grids. And how do you connect the grids? With a lot of submarine cables. And that's why I think our new investment in Kaohsiung will be perfectly timed with this expansion. And hopefully, the demand is so great, maybe we can build another one in Indonesia. Next. All right, so this is our stainless steel business group. It's the biggest plant we have is operating in Yantai. And for long products, stainless steel is separated into long products and slab products. For long products, we're actually the third largest in the world. And for flat products, the industry is dominated by China, but we are still a very sizable presence. And this is before our new acquisition of cognac in Italy. Next. So how does the future trends intersect with stainless steel? Most of us know only one or two types of stainless steel. Many of us don't even know the difference. We know 304 because our pots and pans says high quality 304. Each different type of alloy has a different purpose. So your mobile phone might have a custom blend for a certain manufacturer. Every stainless steel has a different properties for the way it handles bending, handles corrosion. So for different industries, for petrochemical, for solar, for wind, salt resistance, or for automotive, they are all very distinct types of stainless steel that require specialty expertise in material sciences and engineering. So these are talent that we're definitely looking for to move forward. If the hydrogen economy really begins to realize itself, I think the demand will be quite substantial. Next. All right, so now we'll talk about our Indonesian operation, the Resource Business Group. This is our plant in Morowali, Sulawesi. Next. Okay, so Walsin Nickel Industry, we call it WNII, founded in 2019. It's a nickel smelter. It produces nickel pig iron, a precursor for stainless steel products. We have 4 RKEF production lines together with a thermal power plant. So we produce about 40,000 tons of pure nickel every year. and it's definitely a very very profitable product line of business for us. Annual revenue over 600 million US dollars, and we have created over 1,600 jobs. Next. So for those who are not familiar with how stainless steel and nickel is related, I mean, Indonesia has one of the world's largest resources of nickel, and nickel is the key component to stainless steel. It's 8% to 10% nickel. So taking the saprolite ore using the rotating kiln electric furnace, we call RKEF, the pyro methodology method turns the ore into MPI. The MPI then is made into a slab for further rolling into stainless steel, or it's directly exported to Taiwan, to China, to globally. So since Indonesia enacted the nickel ore export ban by President Jokowi, his pursuit of downstreaming has, I think, really been essential to deriving more value out of this industry chain, and we're very happy to take part in the process. So this is the pyrometallurgy process that created the stainless steel industry in Indonesia. But then in 2020, let's go next slide. So in 2021, actually, there was a new development into a product called nickel matte. And to be perfectly honest, before then, I'd never heard of the word nickel matte. So it turns out there is a way to use the exact same process, but turn saprolite ore not into MPI, but into nickel matte, which is a precursor, which can be made into a battery precursor, cathode, anode, and into a battery cell. So now we have the expertise, we have the know-how. And so in 2022, we invested in PT Sunny Metals and PT Weststrong in Weda Bay, Maluku. So we have invested in more pyrometallurgical facilities, but now we will be making nickel matte. And our goal is to further process these into nickel sulfate so that they can be made into a component for the NCA, NCM chemistry nickel batteries. Okay, next. Okay, so from what you've heard right now, Walsin probably sounds like a very global multinational company. We are in a way, but we're also very traditional. But with the focus into Indonesia, I think this is definitely a key to future growth for us. We want to be more local in Indonesia. So I have started with working with HR. We started weekly Bahasa Indonesia lessons. Every Thursday, we have a great teacher. About 30 or so students show up every week. And this is something that we want to keep going. We have Indonesian food sampling days. And in September, we actually went on a recruitment roadshow together with our affiliates from Novoton to look for Indonesian talent, because my boss believes talent is talent, regardless of nationality, regardless of background. And instead of just mining for ore, he believes the biggest mine in Indonesia is actually the talent, the human resource. Okay, so next we'll show you some pictures of our trip. This is our trip to UI. Anyone from University of Indonesia here? Yay. It's my first visit, and it was great. So we had a visit with their electric engineering department. Then next day we went to ITB, where we met Prof. Trio. Really glad to see him here. I'm still not used to COVID being over, seeing people in person. Okay, so and next we took a tour to ITS. So in the future, we'll be doing these probably every half a year. We'll do some local events here, and we'll do road shows in Indonesia just to interact with the academic field. Yep. Next. Okay, and because we have our larger operation in Indonesia, we are actually physically out of space. So we're setting up a new office. The company is called PT Walsin Research Innovation Indonesia. The office is in Pantai Indah Kapuk, and it's slightly different from the Walson Lihua office, because I was told by our chairman to make it more, more innovative, more creative, to encourage more co-working. All right, next. And I actually took a very selfish route in the design of this office, because next year this will be my office. I'm moving to Indonesia. So I kind of went over budget a little, but I think he liked the design, so it's okay. And through the window, that's the view of the sea. So I think it's going to be a very good office. Okay, next. All right, so for Walson, we're hiring both for, I would say we're hiring for across the company. But our chairman really wants to raise the level of technical capabilities of Indonesian talent. Because there's a lot of Indonesian talent that probably doesn't have the opportunity to work in a certain industry. There's no career path. So many of them ended up going to banking, or they go into software, because that's the most available route. So we created this engineering management trainee program for you to work. You work in Taiwan, work in our factories. It won't be a job on the line, but you will have to be on the line sometimes to learn while doing. Very much on-the-job training. And the goal of these programs is that when you are done, you can either choose to stay here. Many of you will love Taiwan so much you want to stay here. But we encourage you to move back to Indonesia and become entrepreneurs, or to work in Walson in Indonesia. Next. So yeah, these are our 4 professions. And as you move up, you go from detection, troubleshooting, to design improvements, to analysis integration, with a heavy focus on the job training and with a mentor system. During our last roadshow, we made 6 job offers that are to the students we met, and they will be coming on board in the next year. Next. All right, so 3 quick Q&A questions. I'll answer them myself. Which business group will I be designated? This is a question for you. It's a question for us. We don't know. Yeah, when you apply, you tell us which business group you're more interested in. And then during the interview process, we'll also gauge your qualifications, your personality, to see which one works better for you. Where will you be working? If you're in stainless steel, you probably start in Yanshui, which is near Tainan. And for wire and cable, it will be in Yangmei, northern Taiwan. And for resource business group, either in Taipei or in our office in Jakarta. And how long will you be working in Taiwan? That's really, again, it's a back and forth question. It's up to you, it's up to us. Okay, to be honest, I'm hoping in 2 to 3 years, I won't be here speaking. I want an actual Indonesian person to be telling you how great it is to work at Walson. So, next slide. Here's just a QR to our application, which our HR has produced, and also another QR to our website. And email us if you have any questions or if you are ready to apply. And feel free to share these with your friends. We definitely have a lot of, I think, exciting career opportunities available. Thank you.
All right, once again, let's give an applause to Mr. Xia. Thank you for the amazing presentations, and thank you once again to all our experts. Now, we are going to begin our talk show sessions to discuss about the talent readiness for semiconductor and basic electronic and supporting industries. In these sessions, we will get to listen to discussions from 3 different perspectives: talents, experts, and government.
Amazing. I myself couldn't wait for the session. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to add some information. As you know, next week's the earlier as TANAH, December 28, we will have a talent job interview at IETO, KDAI office. And there are already dozens of CVs that submitted in by the potential talents. Until today, there are 48% bachelor degree, 46% master degree, 6% PhD students with a range of sector expertise, 52% from the technical skill, and 48% from management skill. We're up to 77% willing to be assigned in Indonesia offices or subsidiaries.
And this event is also broadcasted through the YouTube and Facebook channel of IETO Taipei. And we will still welcome Indonesia Taiwan talent to participate and to submit their CV, because next week, once again, will be interview sessions with several companies. If you haven't submitted your CV, you can scan the QR code there and submit your CV right away.
Okay, on that note, and let's get into the next session. Let's invite our moderator for this talk show. He is a business development in Cake Resume, which is a talent pool service company. And let's wait no more and welcome Mr. Fendi Yasin. Let's give a warm welcome, please.
All right. Also, there are three main players in the sessions, the experts. Let's welcome Professor Trio Adiono to come to the stage, Dr. Chung Wei-ju to come to the stage, and Mr. C.S. Xia for the talk show sessions.
Let's give a warm welcome.
And of course, the government. Let's welcome Mr. Winky Angga Priyatna, Director of Industries from IETO. Let's give him a warm welcome.
Please, thank you.
Last but not least, our main players, the talents. Let's welcome Jeffrey Susanto from ASML, Andromeda Dwi Laksano, PhD in NTUST, and Devin Theodon, Bachelor in NTUST. Please give them a warm welcome. All right, the time is yours, Fendi Yasin.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yosef and Ms. Tasha for the opening. Let me introduce myself one more time. My name is Fendi. I'm a business development associate at Cake Resume, a talent pool platform in Asia Pacific. And I'm going to be the moderators for today's talk show. And as per our MC has delivered, today we are going to discuss about the talent readiness for semiconductor and basic electronic and supporting industries in three perspectives. So let me introduce our guest speakers one more time. So today we want to welcome Professor Trio Adiono, a PhD from Microelectronics Center of Bandung Institute of Technology. Professor Trio obtained his PhD degree in VLSI design from Tokyo Institute of Technology back in 2002. And now Professor Trio is currently a professor and head of IC Design Lab in Bandung Institute of Technology. It's an honor to have you today in the event, Professor Trio. And our second guest speaker is Dr. Chung Wei-ju from Winbond Technology and Nuvoton Electronics. Dr. Chung Wei-ju is the director of Winbond Technology and Nuvoton Electronics. We are delighted to have you here today with us discussing with the semiconductor and basic electronic industry. Last but not least, we have Mr. Xia, who is also a project manager at Walsin Lihua Corporation. Thank you for coming today and your willingness to discuss and share with all the audience about this, what Walsin Corporation has been doing for years. Okay.
All right, before we start, maybe Fendi Yasin, you would like to take a few minutes for
Thank you very much for reminding.
You may continue.
Okay, so Professor Trio and Dr. Shung and Mr. Xia will accompany us today to talk about semiconductor industry from the perspective of the professionals. Moreover, not just from the perspective of the professionals, but today we also want to understand the position of our beloved country, Indonesia, in the semiconductor industry compared to the position to the semiconductor advancement throughout the world. Thus, today we are honored to have Mr. Winky Angga Priyatna, the head of industrial sector in the Indonesia Economic and Trade Office. Thank you, Mr. Winky, for your time and willingness to join our events today. Yeah, and the most important elements for today, our largest audience and also the most important elements for Indonesia, the university students and the fresh graduates. Today we have Jeffrey, fresh graduate from ASML, Andromeda, a PhD candidate from NTUST, and last but not least, Devin, a bachelor from National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. Maybe to start, I would like to invite our talents to introduce themselves first. Yeah, maybe you can start from Devin to Jeffrey. Yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Devin, and I'm from Indonesia. Now I'm taking university in National Taiwan University of Science and Technology. I'm majoring in chemical engineering. Now third year.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Please introduce myself. My name is Andromeda Laksono. I'm a PhD candidate in Material Science and Engineering Department in Taikata, in TUST. Now I'm a second year's PhD student. I'm from Bali, Indonesia, but now I live in Balikpapan, near the capital city of Nusantara. Okay, thank you.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Susanto, or you can call me Liu Wenliang, it's my Chinese name. And I also have my bachelor degree in NTUST and my master degree in NTUST as a chemical engineering. I do a fast track program, so 3.5 years in bachelor and 1.5 years in master. And after I graduate, I have a position now in ASML in Tainan as a customer support engineer. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Talents. We'll get back to you guys, and perhaps we can discuss about your perspective on the industry with the experts, and also from the government perspective. Today's session of semiconductor and basic electronic industry ecosystem is very special. We have audiences from a wide range of background and knowledge. Thus, I might want to start with a very basic and simple question. Perhaps Professor Trio can let the audience know a little bit about semiconductors, what it is, how it is manufactured, and what it is used for.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I think most of people here already know about the semiconductors. So it's basic components for the electronics part. So it consists of designing, using the CAD tools, and then manufactured in the wafer fab that Winbon already presents today. Yeah, and after that, they develop the electronics product based on this semiconductor components. Yeah.
All right, so it's more, in simple terms for us, it's more like a brain for the electronic devices, is it?
Yeah. Electronics can work as our brains. Yeah. There's an input and there's output, and doing a processing of that. So every device that we have now consists of electronics.
I see. So I see. So there's a lot of things going on behind our phones and our cars and our TVs that we just take it for granted, actually. Okay, so maybe I want to ask, what does it take to make an IC chips? One IC chips, the time, the difficulties, and the manufacturing process.
Okay. Yeah, I think later on maybe from industry is much more have a real experience. Yeah, but in our experience in university, it may take 2 to 3 years to design one chip. Yeah, but of course sometimes if it is only improvement, it can do faster. But to manufacture it, I think it takes 3 months. Yeah. 3 months for manufacturing a chip, and you need not only one times. Yeah, sometimes you have a problem with your first design. You need to improve it, so you can times 3 months by how many times you have to rework your designs.
It's more like trials and error then.
Yeah, of course we avoid the trial and errors with some methodology. But I think at least you need 2 or 3 times to take out one products.
All right.
But maybe from industry can.
Actually, I used to be the circuit design before, and my career from circuit design to sales, and from sales to the application, and finally I'm the marketing, but transfer from Winbang and Nuotong. I could answer the question. What you mentioned here is for the circuit design, the most critical thing is the EDA tool can do the simulation. So everybody think the simulation tool can make the circuit design more perfect, but eventually not, because the EDA tool is not easy to simulate. I mean, the analog mix the digital signal together, and also the circuit design shrinking the line between line getting shorter and shorter, and also the voltage dropping from in the past 5 volt to 3 volt to 1 volt, even 0.9 volt. That make the things getting complicated, and putting more transistor inside the chip that will generate more problem, and it's actually the circuit making from 2D to 3D. I mean, the one more issue will pop up again is the thermal issue, because making the design by surface to the cube, that means heating cannot be come out easily. But the most critical things for them is when they make a circuit design, they have to put more transistor inside. I mean, make your product more rich, but the problem is getting more difficult to do the circuit debug. So that's why the TSMC support like the shuttle actually for the circuit design. Actually, you can make your product come out faster, but the problem still the shuttle still quite expensive. I mean, the mask is quite expensive. What I have to say is about from news about the 3 nanometer, the product actually one wafer costs about $20,000. It's total amazing. But my friend working in TSMC, they mentioned that, but it's really ridiculous. Actually, it's not the university can afford that. Only the giant company like the Apple,
giants.
Google, they can afford that.
Yes.
So, and also the transistor getting 10 times. I mean, the 10 times in just shrinking in the same area. Well, so the simulation tool is not so perfect. So, what I have to say is right now is using the application software when the chip come out. So using the application software to debug, and also making the system actually just dedicate for some of the application. There's no bug that will be perfect. You cannot make everything perfect. So that's the current way they have to do. So the application simulation tool and IC simulation tool have to come out faster than the IC design. So that's the difficulty for the professor when they bring their team for that. Like my company, actually, we have the design team for the analog and digital. The team group actually is more than 300, 400 employees working for there. That's not only for the circuit design, but also for simulation, for the debugging. So it's the day and day, months and months, year on year to improve that. So that's what I'm saying about the university actually doing very good. But once they transfer to the production, actually they were suffering the more challenge on that, because they have to familiar to not only they use the IP library actually from TSMC, from UMC, like from Global Foundry. It's totally different. That's what difficulty is suffering now. But they needed more resource on that.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Trio and Dr. Chung for the answers. Speaking of chips, every year we can see companies come up with much smaller and smaller chips. Smaller chips might be means higher efficiency. From your perspective, what are these? Are all semicons company are competing to make smaller and smaller chips, or it's actually more than that?
The question is simple about you already know that from the Moore's law, actually from 7 to 6, from 6 to 3, from 3 to 2, actually already drive the TSMC nut. That means they put the full energy on that, but unfortunately, they suffering a lot like the heating issue and simulation issue. That's why you didn't see any what I say is any product actually from TSMC by 3 nanometer process. They will come out soon, but delay a lot. That will be the problem. I mean, that will be the general problem for all the foundry service house. So from my point of view, actually, I mean, the IC shrinking actually is quite important because you can put more transistor inside the chip. But in the real world, it's not only digital. It's not only the digital circuit, but also have an analog circuit. Because like the RF, you try to make your signal out, actually RF to the antenna. That's an analog IC. So how the world become more complicated, that means you put more transistor in, that means you make your digital more complicated. You definitely, like the brain can do a lot of things, but you still need the hand and foot to do that. That hand and foot will be the analog. So how to integrate the analog and digital together, that's another things we have to think about it. So not only shrinking the IC, because when you put more transistor inside, that will generate more problem about the quality and reliability. So what I say is how to integrate how to be the total solution to the right market. That's another way to think about it. And also for the process node, think about it, because the most row getting, I mean, the limitation is coming. So you have to make your chip from 2D to 3D. But what I already said about from 2D to 3D, another problem will pop up is the heating problem. Because you put more transistor, you need to put more energy on that. Even your voltage down to 1 volt, but still generate a lot of heat. Because like the AI chip, normally it will consume at least 1,000 watts, even bigger. So consider that even the chip only, the voltage only support like the 1 volt, even 0.9 volt, but still generate a lot of heat. But once you make the chip to the cube, that will be the trouble hole where the heat can be come out. So a lot of things combined together will generate a complicated problem. So that's the future trend. A lot of things have to be resolved. So that's my answer.
So it's not as simple as shrinking the IC, all right? When we shrink the IC, there will be more problems coming up, like heating problems, and the other problems will come up that needs to be eliminated too, right?
Correct.
Okay.
So the other way is the chiplet. So if you put all the function, all the transistor into one chip, the other alternative way is just separated to the dedicated function and making the chiplet in the one substrate. Actually, that's mean we call the subsystem can do the integration solution and using PCI Express, actually PCIe to do the communication. That'll be the other way is better for the future. And also generate less trouble because each chip is only for the dedicated function and communicate with the PCIe. That will be the future trend.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Chung, for the answers. Maybe there's addition from the talents to add.
Hello. Okay. So I think I agree with that because I work in ASML as a customer support. I work in EUV. It's like extreme ultraviolet. So to make a chip getting lower and lower, we need a lithography really thin and thin. So imagine if you pull out your hair and you divide your hair by 10,000. That's the line that 10, we need. That's the line that we need to make with the lithography machine. Yeah, but like as mentioned before, like Moore's law, it's getting like 5, 3, and then 2, and then 1, and then comes to not nanometer, but like Armstrong. It's really hard. So I think it's our challenge to push to the limit for that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Jeffrey, for your brief explanation. Let me get back to Professor Trio. As a professor in one of the most well-known university in Indonesia, how important do you think that the advancement of semiconductors for the revolution of electronic devices? Perhaps if you have any expectations that the government can help to support the development of semiconductors in Indonesia. We have Mr. Winky here to listen to your expectations from the government to support the development of semiconductors in Indonesia.
Yeah. In current situation, actually, we cannot find anything that do not use a chip for their main processing. And the future, due to digital transformation, I think more products that require chips. And also in Indonesia, with the huge number of populations, I think the demand for the electronics device is increasing a lot. And of course, it's require a chip. Therefore, we encourage Indonesian to have activities and industry, regarding to this industry, because yes, even there is a product from international, they may be not suitable for Indonesian purpose sometimes, so we need also local a product that very suitable for us, and also to introduce more smart, because now the products in every product is become smart, so I think we can by having industry in this area, many Indonesian can introduce their talent for this kind of products.
All right, so the market is actually huge because as we can see, our population is 10 times to Taiwan. We have 270 million people in Indonesia, and some of them is not got exposed yet to electronic devices, right? So we still have a lot of room to grow. The other thing that I want to ask is, I'm a little bit curious about, do you think that we have to make our own chips in Indonesia? Or is it too much hassle for Indonesia? Because as we can see, big tech giants like Apple, they work with TSMC to produce their chips. Yeah. What is your take on this?
Yeah. To make a chip, actually there is a lot of steps. It involve complex ecosystem of industry. I think we can do step by step in Indonesia, and we have a long discussion in Indonesia. I think first we can concentrate on the IC designs, so it's more emphasized on the human talents, and no need to be manufactured in Indonesia. Maybe we can collaborate with Taiwan company for the manufacturing. But in the future, maybe Taiwan also can consider to have investments in manufacturing in Indonesia due to cost efficiency, because Indonesia has a very large area that can be useful, and also water. I think it's need a lot of water and energy. And also I think for the level of operators in Indonesia, we also have a lot of human resource that can be compete compared to other countries. I mean, no need to be Indonesian company, but Taiwan's company in Indonesia, it's also enough. I mean, and there are a lot of technology great in chip design also. You can find 0.18, 0.13. Now, of course, TSMC in 5 nano and lower. Maybe the old technology, could be invest in Indonesia. For example, for the automotive market. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So, thank you, Professor Trio, for the answers. Perhaps I want to jump to Mr. Winky. We're a little bit curious. Where are we as a country, Indonesia, for semiconductors development compared to the global advancement of semiconductors in the world?
Thank you for having me here. Yes, I'm very glad we have our talents here and also our speaker from the Taiwanese company that knows a lot about semiconductor. In Indonesia, the government in 2018 has launched the Making Indonesia 4.0 with the upcoming of the Industrial Revolution 4.0. One of the sector, two of the sectors is the automotive and the electronics. These two sectors is very related, and while the COVID-19 pandemic came in 2020, we faced the reality that there was a chip shortage that also affects the Indonesian automotive industry. From that facts, the government try to catch up with the global ecosystem to also involve in the semiconductor industry. However, at this moment, in Indonesia, there's only one company that working on the testing and packaging, mostly for the automotive. And now the government also want to have more semiconductor company in Indonesia. But we also have to realize that to invite the semiconductor company, we have to prepare the ecosystem including the talents, the incentive for foreign company to invest in Indonesia, and etc. And fortunately, 1 month ago, the Ministry of Industry has signed an agreement with one of Indonesian diaspora in the US, Pak Sehat Sutarja. He is a co-founder of Marvel Technology, a semiconductor company in US, and now the government, with the help of Pak Sehat, want to establish the IC Design Center in Indonesia to prepare the talents. Although we already have Mr. Trio with from the education to provide the talents, but we also have to realize that after these students graduate from the university, we have to find the place for them to implement their skills and their knowledge. That's why one of the solution is to establish the IC Design Center, and also we also with this activity, we also want to connect the Indonesian talent both in Taiwan and also in Indonesia, also to can work in the semiconductor company in Taiwan, so they can acquire not only knowledge but also expertise and network.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rinky, for the explanation. Let's talk about talents in Indonesia. As of right now, I also work in a talent pool platforms. They're developing their market in Indonesia, and what we face is actually we are helping companies to meet with the talents. So what problems we face is actually the talents in Indonesia, they are more to admin work and also software works and also to business and operation works. I'm not sure about the semicon industry, the talents in Indonesia. Perhaps Professor Trio can help me explain whether our talent in Indonesia is ready or not. Because we are right now currently building a lot of ecosystem for Indonesia to go to the future of semicon industry in Indonesia.
Okay. Yeah, there is a little bit dilemma for our students to focus on chip designs because currently we don't have a company working on that area. Yeah, that's why during a study they preparing for working in the company which is top 10 company in Indonesia, which is currently more on digital application. Yeah. But I'm confident that actually they have potentials because, for example, like in ITB, they are the best 100 from Indonesian people. Yeah? They have a very strong potential for that. So I think if you want to make them ready, yeah, we can collaborate with the company that has the positions, yeah. So we can prepare more them before their graduate to take more major on the chip design. I can say that even in current situation, there is no job vacancy in chip design. There are around 16 students that taking chip design, yeah, because they're patient on that one, yeah. So I'm still teaching the chip design, and they do because they're patient on that, and I can say that half of them after graduation is continuing their study, either to Korea, Japan, US, and others. Yeah, so after that they maybe become diaspora also. Yeah, so that's the situation. However, 5 years ago, yeah, I still can get around 40 students working on the chip design class. Yeah, but currently due to competitions and also the situation that job vacancy is not available, yeah, they're decreasing. Yeah, I think this event is a good opportunity to introduce more opportunity in chip design. Yeah, so I hope more students will working in this area. And as Pak Winky said, it is not only from Taiwan actually come to us within the last 2 months because of the G20 event. The company from US, from Malaysia, from Singapore is also looking talent in ITB, yeah, for the chip designer, yeah, and they're offering something like not has to be. It can be remote also. It's more flexible currently. This kind of job. Yeah, I think it's a good opportunity for Indonesia to increase their talent in chip design. Yeah.
I see. So yeah, I've seen more companies, more and more companies doing remote work from like maybe the companies in Singapore, but the employee can work from Indonesia. I think that's a good part of our development of technology. Yeah. Maybe I want to jump to the talents. Perhaps maybe from Andromeda and also Jeffrey, because Andromeda is a PhD candidate right now, and also Jeffrey is the fresh graduate. What's your view on this, on the semicon industry, and are our talent ready in Indonesia or not? Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm PhD student, maybe I will tell about the research in the semiconductors in my lab. So Mr. Wu already talked about how to develop the IC chips technology. But in electronic packaging industry, in semiconductor, there is a part issue including chemical materials, mechanicals. But because of my majors is material science. So I focus how to solve the thermal issue that you mentioned before. So in the electronic packagings, we know that we have a high demands for making the device miniaturizations, better reliability, high reliability, and lower cost, and also high performance. In my fields, we developed how to connect the IC chips, the silicons with the PCB, but we focus in the lead frames. So in the lead frames, there is interconnections in the solders. So we try to find how to develop the new soldering materials in the IC chips and PCB. In my laboratories, we're really lucky because in Taiwan, we have an opportunity to collaborate with the industry company. So we have a lot of projects and we know how's the real issue in the industry. One of collaborations in my labs is with Robert Bosch in the Germany company in the Taipei. So from this opportunity, I can learn how's the issues in the company. And also we can get the chance to get internship opportunity because PhD life has 3 until 5 years about the graduation. So we have a lot of chance to get internship. It means when we graduate already, we get the initial experience before from the collaboration with the company and also internship. So when we apply the jobs, we hope we can get more easier because we have a lot of experience before. So also in my side, I hope in Indonesia there is also semiconductor industry. Maybe in the futures we can develop together between Taiwan and Indonesia. Because like Professor Trio mentioned before, in ITS, Institute of Technology 10 November, Surabaya, also there is field discuss about chip design. But when we graduate, there is not a lot of vacancy in Indonesia. So I hope in Taiwan can invest in Indonesia about the semiconductors. And I hope when I graduate, maybe one of you can accept me. I hope. Okay, just for me. Thank you.
All right, is there maybe addition from the professionals? Maybe Dr. Chen?
It definitely get a chance. So I think material engineering is quite important for semiconductor. Yeah, you mentioned here soldering is the begin, but inside the fab we have plenty of things. We need the material engineering. Even Nuvoton right now is developing the 3rd generation of the semiconductor product. It's called the gallium nitride and the silicon carbide. We are quite mature and invest more than 10 years. So that's what I'm saying about it definitely get a chance, but maybe at the beginning you have to work in Taiwan or Japan. But sooner, I think, based on the infrastructure, like the government doing good in Indonesia, it definitely will attractable for the company, semiconductor company who is willing to invest in Indonesia. And appreciate the professor actually educate a lot of the semiconductor talent in here, because the local talent is quite important for us to build up the like the design house or design center there, because Nuvoton already have design center in Singapore, and we hire a lot of the Malaysian actually working in Singapore, even working from home during the COVID-19. But make it more extended. Why not just hire the Indonesian? Actually, for the short term, may be possible. Our human resource leader here. So after that, you can talk to us then. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andromeda and Dr. Chen. Okay, let's talk about Walshin now. Let's talk about Walshin. And we are really curious about Walshin's investment strategy in Indonesia. Like we have more population than most of the countries in the world, 10 times more than Taiwan, and it's a very big sea, a huge market in Indonesia for the penetration. What do you think it's? Why do you think Indonesia is a sexy market for investing? Yeah, maybe you can share with us and please elaborate about that.
Okay, well, my father used to live in Indonesia, so he spent years brainwashing me about how great Indonesia is as a country. So after a few years, and I've visited Indonesia probably over 50 times already, and I'm kind of like a walking spokesperson for BKPM about potential for investing. Now, for Walsin, we are currently, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we're the largest Taiwanese company to invest in Indonesia. I think our investments total about $1.2 billion. Now, I'm hoping, Winball, Novoton, Foxconn, please, make us number 2. The more investments, the better, right? Now, I personally also have a interest in, from the industrial perspective, I'm interested to see Indonesia develop semiconductor. I mean, my company, we're affiliates, so we have cross shareholdings, and during our roadshow to Indonesia, we met with Pak Rahmat, who's currently a deputy minister at the Maritime. And his background is, he's a electrical engineer from MIT who had no career choices in Indonesia and had to go into banking. Now, that worked out well for him, but the government has told him to really help develop the semiconductor industry. So when I brought our friends from Novoton to the office, I actually warned them before I walk in. I said, they will say, build a fab. And I say, yes, a fab is a $3 billion problem, give or take. But sometimes that's not really the biggest issue. The biggest issue is human resources. The biggest issue is the supply chain. Now, I believe the talent is there, but it's, again, chicken and egg issue. Now, the government did great things with nickel. I mean, ban exports, the downstream appeared. Now the government, I can see they're doing great things with the EV subsidy program. I'm moving next year and I want to buy an EV because of the 80 juta saving that I will have. And that will spur further growth. But it's just not as easy with semiconductor. I can't ban chips all of a sudden and fabs will pop up all over Indonesia. So, I mean, this is an issue that I think, like I said, it's chicken and egg, but what can I do from Walsin? I mean, his boss will look at my boss and say, oh, your investment seems to be profitable, seems to be stable. The investment climate, the political climate is definitely improved significantly. So now I won't be scared to, invest $3 billion. Qingsan, they jumped in and now they're the global leader in stainless steel. So I think whoever has the courage to jump in will eventually dominate the Indonesian semiconductor business.
All right, thank you, Mr. Shah, for the explanation. Walsin Nickel Industrial Indonesia invest in Morowali. Maybe you can share why. Is it towards EVs or renewable energy? Or what is it chasing on?
Okay, so we are, at least I say this myself, we're an accidental nickel player. We invested in nickel to secure our supply for stainless steel. Most of the stainless steel you see in Taiwan is coming from Indonesia right now. Now, so the Morowali industrial estate is focused on stainless steel. For the battery EV market, Chingsan's plan is to develop that in Weda Bay. So we will be actively invested in both. Now, you mentioned green energy. We are a supplier to many of the major consumer brands that you see. So, I mean, people from Foxconn, they have firsthand knowledge. You know, Apple doesn't reduce their own carbon emission. They tell you to reduce your carbon emission, and you better meet their expectations. So we have expectations that we have to meet for our customers. And right now, most of the Indonesian energy is generated from coal. That's going to be a big problem for us moving forward. So we are looking into solar energy, wind energy. Wind is, I mean, it's not abundant, but is available at certain places. So we're looking into that. And I personally have again, not my boss's point of view, my personal interest is in trash incineration, because I think Taiwan does a great job burning all of our trash, turning into green electricity. And I know Jakarta has mountains of trash that's sitting there waiting for a government and private sector collaboration to turn that into not just electricity, but green energy certificates.
All right, let's jump into another topics, which is to distribute electricity. I think what you mentioned when you do the presentation, when you do the pitch right now, it's really there, because let's say we are more focused in Java Islands, more big islands like Sumatra and Java and maybe Sulawesi, like more in Kalimantan, they don't have much electricity and also energy there. And for Walsin, your maybe it's from your judgment, how long do you think it will take for Indonesia to have a well-distributed electricity throughout Indonesia?
You should ask PON, right? Okay. But I mean, I can't. We probably, this is a bit out of my field of expertise, but what I can say is, I think the investment Walsin has made in Indonesia so far has been very, very successful. It's reflected in our stock price too. And it's hard for a company to do well this year in the stock market, but I would say a lot of this, the money, we're not going to send it back to Taiwan. I think Indonesia is not just resource rich; it's a huge potential market. So in the future, I would like to see a lot of this profit being reinvested in different sectors. I mean, hydrogen. Everyone's talking about hydrogen right now, but nobody's really figured it out yet. And I think the reason our new office is called Research and Innovation is we will spend the money to collaborate with academia, to talk to different stakeholders and find out how we can take part in this energy revolution. It's not just about connecting the grid. I mean, you need to first have excessive green energy. Then you think about electrolysis, hydrogen, battery storage, pump hydro. I mean, we're looking at all of these. It's probably a 5 to 10 year project for us. But with the money that we're making from Indonesia, we believe investing it will bear greater fruit.
All right. So what's Walsin plan in the future for Indonesia? Maybe if you elaborate it more, our talents will be more comfortable with Walsin, with working maybe in Walsin, and also maybe your expectation for the governments in Indonesia to support the business and the exploration.
Your questions are getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, I think the localization is definitely a key factor for us. I mean, a lot of the Chinese companies who have found early success in Indonesia, they do it through sending many foreign workers from China to Indonesia. Our collaboration in Walsin Lipo has 0 expats from Taiwan. It's all an Indonesian operation. And you see our WNII, we have 1,600 employees. We have less than 10 people from Taiwan. So we're really focused on extending our roots into Indonesia. I am currently, because I'm moving there myself, I am setting up a new expat program. So my plan is, sometimes our HR will say our expat program is for 3 years to 5 years, and I tell my staff, my goal is for you to stay there forever. So if we can really integrate into the Indonesian business community, that for us is success.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Xia, for the brief explanation for Walsin's plans. Maybe from the audience, I would like to ask if there is any question regarding the what we just talked about in front. Maybe I would like to invite audience to ask to our experts, to our talents, and also to Mr. Winky from the government's perspective. Yep. Please help for the microphone.
Hello, my name is Arif. I'm currently working in Taiwan. Actually, I have some question related to the talent pool in Indonesia and also industry in Indonesia, because at the moment we guys recently talking about how to maybe in the future we have some semiconductor industry in Indonesia. But as you may all aware, even in Taiwan, the industry starts from the manufacturing, from the electronic manufacturing, doesn't directly jump to the semiconductor industry, simply because one of the reasons is because the capital is amazingly huge. So is there any plan to maybe start a little bit slower, maybe it goes into the electronic industry, something that we can still see by our eyes, then maybe in the future, if that one proves to be doing well, then move into the semiconductor industry? Thank you.
All right. So maybe maybe you can let us know to who the question is for. Yeah.
It's to everyone.
Okay. Maybe asking for a suggestion. Yeah. Where should we start instead of jumping to the semiconductor industry from the start, because it's the capital is huge from there. Maybe there anyone that want to answer the questions.
I think starting from me first, okay. So because I'm the marketing and I work for Wingbang and Nuotong before for 20 years. So your topic is super big, because actually the semiconductor is not the wording semiconductor is not just one fab, because it's the cluster like the TSMC. When the TSMC moved to US, how many supply chain have to be moving together? I mean, it's the huge, actually, like the TSMC invests about 3 billion, 4 billion in US, another 3 billion, 4 billion from the supply chain have to be moving together. So I think you can see the 20 years ago in China, actually starting the semiconductor field, you will see they are starting from the assembly. That's mean the back-end portion first. That's already have in Indonesia. That's a really great start, actually, assembly and testing. And China because China have the market, so they just once they have this one, they moving forward from what I say is from assembly and testing, moving forward from the design, circuit design, because for the foundry service is kind of the super huge and super investment on that. So they have the assembly and the testing and jump to the IC design. And once their market actually getting mature, so actually foundry in TSMC or somewhere else like Global Foundry, they are going to have their own factory. I mean, the own fab in China. right now it's getting bigger and bigger. I mean, the quantity wise. So I think the reason of 20 years actually in China could be good experience for the Indonesia government to think about how to step into this one. So I think Professor did a great thing about the education to have some of the IC design talent in Indonesia, and also like the testing assembly industry happening in Indonesia also the great starting. So I think sooner or later you will see like the more and more design house will establish in Indonesia. And then we call the industry will keep moving from actually is kind of from the top to the bottom and from the bottom to the top. Sooner you will see have the one foundry, one fab will in Indonesia within 10 years. But the most important thing is infrastructure have to be mature because the one fab will consume tons of water, tons of for the power, electricity have to be very strong. So that means I believe the 10 years after you will see the first, within 10 years you will see the first fab in Indonesia. I believe so.
Okay, Jeffrey, maybe you want to add.
Okay, I would like to explain a little bit about the semiconductor. So the semiconductor is not just IC design. It's not just like assembly manufacture. Before it, it's like a bare wafer. So with a wafer, TSMC or Micron or Samsung, Intel will have a etching and something like that. And it's like a back-end process. If I'm not, correct me if I'm wrong. It's like a back-end. And ASML is right there to make a lithography, right? After the lithography, it's a front end. It's a chip design, IC design, assembling, and like the marketing, the selling. So I know that in Indonesia we don't have those kind of big fab, and a clean room and something like, yeah. Because I think the resources is there, but the facility is not there yet, right? So for your question is which one you like? I mean, which position or which which company do you want to start first, right? Right. So is it okay? Okay. So for me, you can start anywhere if you want. Like you can start in the IC design. You can start in like back end processing, the manufacturer, as long as like you understand everything. From the 0 until the 1. After you understand everything, you can get those those point, and then yeah, you can go anywhere after you understand everything. I think it's a good idea for me. Yeah.
Okay, is there any follow-up questions from you that you want to
Can I add a little bit?
Oh yeah, sorry, Professor Trio. Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah. In terms of business, maybe you are correct that we can start from the lower ones, yeah, assembly and manufacturing first, and later on to go to IC design. But because of this is advanced technology, I think my idea is we have, because the wafer fab and IC design require a lot of investments and technology to be expertise with. So we have to start them all now, yeah. So we have to start now everything. But of course, in terms of business, lower entry barrier one will be starting earlier, yeah. To make a wafer fab, maybe you have to make planning for 10 years, maybe, yeah, to complete the ecosystem and others. And we have also to prepare the talent for that, yeah. So it doesn't mean that if we want to make the next 10 years the wafer fab, and we will think after 10 years. We have to start now for that kind of industry. And that's now some people say that the world is flat. So it means you don't have to do everything by yourself, yeah. maybe some part of this total value chain, as previously mentioned, maybe it can be more efficient to be done in Indonesia later on. So maybe some parts we can focus in Indonesia, but later on, after 20 years, we will complete the total ecosystem. I think that's my opinion regarding this question.
All right, thank you, Professor Trio. I think that marks our end of the first session. Thank you, Professor Trio, Dr. Chong, Mr. Shah, and Mr. Winky, and the talents, Jeffrey, Andromeda, and Devin. It's been an honor to host today's events, a very insightful talk show. The place and time, I return it back to the MCs.
All right, thank you very much for the experts, talents, and government. You may kindly be seated back to your positions. And thank you very much, Fendi Yosins. Let's give her a warm welcome and applause. A very, very great talk show. A lot of insights and a very heated discussions. Just like what we expected, fluid discussions and a very transparent answers and questions from audiences and from the talents. And we hope that from this talk show, a lot of people here, I believe, could gain a depth knowledge about the semiconductor industry.
Indeed, I think this we have a big opportunity for Indonesian talents. We have great insights. So our students, maybe they can prepare themselves how to get into the company, the corporations, to get themselves maybe learn anything that the soft skill, the hard skills for them to get into the corporation, the company, right?
Yeah, I believe so that the market of Indonesia is now ready for the semiconductor industry, as we have heard from the discussions from the professor and from all the experts, talents, and government. They are fully support in this semiconductor industry in Indonesia.
Agree.
And of course, everybody, our heated fluid discussions for the first session has ended, and let's sit back because we have one more performance that you might want not to miss, because this is the traditional dance performance will be delivered by the students' organizations, and this is a very new it's one of the new creation dance among the traditional folklore of Indonesia. And let's have our time for a while, and then after the chair is positioned well, we'll welcome our performers.
Hey, Tasha, maybe you can explain more what kind of dance maybe we will.
All right.
Watch.
All right. I'll explain for our audience here. The next performance will be Lenggang Nyai, which is new dance creations coming from Betawi folklore, which symbolize struggles of Betawi women. So let us see and watch the performance of ISA and NYCU, Indonesian Student Association from National Taiwan University of Science and Technology, bringing you Lenggang Nyai.
Let's give them a big warm welcome. Wow, wonderful performance by Indonesian Student Association and TUST. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, we have a lunch break, and we already provided a lunch box for you. And feel free to have your lunch here in this room. And you can also visit the booth for a walk-in interview and have a casual networking.
All right, so we also have a photo booth here. For those who haven't taken a picture, we recommend you to take some in the photo booth, and see you on 1:20 p.m. for our networking session too. Feel free to take your lunchbox and go to the booth. Thank you.
Thank you.
infrastructure is a prerequisite for development to sustain growth. They believe social welfare and national resilience are the results of synergy and interconnection. This is a story of the most beautiful archipelago in the world, a paradise for global investment. Spread across the equator, Indonesia is rich in resources. With more than 54,000 kilometers of coastal line and 17,000 islands, Indonesia is the largest archipelagic country in the world. Lying on the Ring of Fire and is tectonically unstable, its fertile and mineral-rich soils support the biodiversity of its flora and fauna. Indonesia, investment destination between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, extending 5,120 kilometers along the equator, it occupies a strategic location along major sea lanes, where Middle East oils flow to East Asia, the bridge between East and West Asia, a cargo route to Europe. Behind the dense forests and the sound of its waves, Indonesia is part of the pulse of the world economy. Towering buildings across its urban landscape, a welcoming symbol for the world. Indonesia is ready to be a key player of the world economy. A country with more than 260 million people, the fourth most populous country in the world, Indonesia will have the so-called demographic bonus with 180 million people of productive age by 2030. This is significant capital to meet globalization challenges. Indonesia is home to 135 million consumer class, a sign of a growing middle and upper class with high purchasing power. Predicted to be the fifth largest economy in the world. The diversity of its people and culture have shaped Indonesia to be a strong nation. Each culture has contributed in nurturing ethos and character traits of the nation. Its diverse culture projects confidence of its future and agility and flexibility in meeting future challenges, beautifully reflected in the smiley faces of its wonderful people, which welcomes everybody coming to this country in grace of God and nature. Indonesia will not only export its raw materials to the world. Now, Indonesia stands ready to produce goods for global markets. It has opened extensive industrial areas and trading ports for global distribution. The government of Indonesia has decided 245 national strategic infrastructure projects. They are divided into 15 sectors and 2 programs, covering 6 development regions across the archipelago. The government estimates these infrastructure projects will cost 4,400 trillion rupiah to complete. The financing of these projects will come from the state budget, estimated at 547 trillion rupiah. State-owned enterprises are committed to investing 1,250 trillion rupiah to the project, which leaves some 2,600 trillion rupiah for private sector's participation in this project. This is the right time for private sectors to participate in the acceleration of development across Indonesia. The government is determined to attract more investment with incentives and ease of doing business across the country. Indonesia has embarked on a revamping of its infrastructure. To welcome foreign investment, Indonesia is building new airports and seaports across the archipelago as the gates for trade and tourism. More roads and motorways are being developed to increase connectivity and improve its electrical capacity with an additional 35,000 megawatts. including the rejuvenation of its oil refinery facilities across the country. Developments reach almost every corner of the country, which makes more equitable economic development. All of these make good reasons to invest in this promising land. It is now the time to see Indonesia as the new world potential. Indonesia, the world investment paradise.
Indonesia has developed into a country which combines authentic culture and current technological advancement. A country in Asia that is taken into account by all others in the world. Due to its growing economic power and abundant availability of productive human resources, Indonesia has become a country with attractive investment potential. A variety of efforts to keep the momentum of economic growth going through continuous reform by increasing infrastructure development to expand investment across Indonesia. The annual average GDP growth of 6% and the top-ranking consumer confidence index in 2013 further increases optimism for the future. This condition is supported by an optimistic perception of Indonesia according to the McKinsey survey, where Indonesia is among the 16th largest economies in the world. So in 2030, Indonesia will be the 7th largest economy in the world. When mass industries as finished and components automotive products increase in Indonesia, Indonesia becomes a base for automotive product absorption and an export development industrial site. Now, Indonesia has entered a new phase of development of the economic sector through promoting 6 corridors as development sites for new investments. The development concept of raw material-based industry with value-added orientation has become a main priority in developing export-oriented industries with labor-intensive models. To encourage advancement of the plantation processed industry, the government provides great support through investment policies and tax incentives. The world's large market potential in rubber products has made Indonesia to expand rubber plantation areas and enhance rubber-based industries. Therefore, Indonesia poses abundant opportunities to become a major producer of natural rubber and products, starting from intermediary to finished rubber products. As a major producer of palm oil products, Indonesia continuously increases the palm oil development in terms of land and industry. With its potential and capability, Indonesia is ready to become the world's major player of refined palm oil for both finished and intermediary industries. Various palm oil processed products keep on growing. This ranges from supporting industries to finished goods industries with added value products as cosmetics and pharmaceuticals. In fact, the palm oil potency has made Indonesia into one of the world's prime investment destinations for pharmaceutical products. In the cocoa industry and plantations, Indonesia is predicted to be the world's largest producer soon. Indonesia has an extensive cocoa plantation area that is ready to be developed. It opens opportunities for related industries, both supporting industries and finished product industries. So Indonesia becomes a chocolate-based product supplier to the world. The future of rubber, palm oil and cocoa-based industry businesses and their processed products get even more promising with the government support in the form of facilities and policies as well as tax incentives. Another interesting investment opportunity is the vast amount of mineral resources. As the sixth richest country in mining resources, Indonesia is ready to supply mining refined products. And to encourage the development of main and supporting mining-based industries, the government provides tax incentives to support the development of domestic investment. In the petrochemical industry, Indonesia and the ASEAN community have agreed to position ASEAN as a center of the global petrochemical industry, as well as to cooperate with the world's major petrochemical industry players. PT Pertamina Persero, as the owner of the fifth largest refinery in Southeast Asia, will support Indonesia in building cooperation to develop the petrochemical industry. In the construction sector, the high year-on-year investment growth has increased the supporting industries. Increasing demand of ceramic products is proof that property and construction sectors also have a positive impact on the development of related industries. In the cement industry, high domestic demand underlines the quality advancement in infrastructure in Indonesia. It is confirmed by the World Economic Forum for the Global Competitiveness Report 2013-2014, which ranked Indonesia at the 38th position out of 148 countries. In other mining industry sectors, smelters industries reassure the world that Indonesia has a great future in mining industry. In order to maintain economic stability, Indonesia has always been responsive to all kinds of changes for the creation of a conducive investment climate. This is also reflected in a new policy that aims to speed up the realization of investment in agro and good-based services. Indonesia's investment board, BKPM, has 8 representative offices around the world to promote Indonesia's opportunities and to provide assistance to investors. Other support also comes from the national banking sectors by a commitment to develop business and investment processes in Indonesia.
We believe that a good cooperation of government and private sector is the key to economic growth. Currently, the construction industry in Indonesia is growing rapidly with new investments coming in and increasing demand for housing, commercial buildings and infrastructure projects. This means there are great opportunities to work for.
인도네시아는 매년 6% 이상 고성장을 계속하고 있는 동남아시아의 중심 국가입니다. 우리 크라카타우 포스코가 양질의 철강을 생산 공급함으로써 인도네시아 산업 발전에 크게 기여할 수 있으리라고 생각합니다.
With a population of more than 240 million hardworking and cheerful people, Indonesia has become the biggest market in the ASEAN countries. Toyota sees Indonesia as one of the most important production base in the world.
Indonesia, the new economic power, is growing and ready to compete with other countries. Indonesia will be at the forefront of the most dynamic economic growth. Indonesia, great country, great opportunities. With excellent economic potential and recorded resilient growth all these years, Indonesia is envisioned to be an emerging global market economy. Today, as the largest economy in Southeast Asia, Indonesia has become a profitable investment destination, foremost for industrial development, with how the investment has been centered towards Jakarta, the capital of Indonesia. It comes with a consequence of strong competition and high transaction costs. Therefore, we need to look for another opportunity for the prominent area, a new industrial development, Central Java, initiated by the government of Indonesia.
Kenapa kita buka kawasan industri di Batang ini? Satu aja jawabannya, kita ingin membuka lapangan kerja yang sebanyak-banyaknya.
Central Java will build Batang Integrated Industrial Estate, located in Batang Regency. A 4,300-hectare modern industrial area is designed with a smart and sustainable concept to embark on Indonesia's vast economy. Take a look at 7 winning factors of investing in Batang Industrial Estate. First, strategic location. Batang Industrial Estate is reaching the Northern Java Economic Corridor as the driver of industrial and national services. Second, with the support of Trans-Java Toll Road, double-track railways, and main arterial road, it opens to all transportation modes and improves mobility. More mobility means more closely running towards economic mobility. Third, integrated dry port and port facilities within sight. It is a strategic effort to provide an efficient and effective solution for supply chain innovation. Supply chain innovation will enable sustainability in cost savings, revenue generation, customer satisfaction, and strategic partnerships. 4. Highly skilled and competitive worker, focusing on enhancing the knowledge and skill of its worker by developing extensive learning and knowledge sharing, aims to foster innovation, occupied by the establishment of mechatronic campus, training facilities, and startup business. Batang Industrial Estate is ready to face dynamic business challenges. Fifth, an integrated infrastructure. A combination of water management, power, and fiber optic development can significantly optimize the overall infrastructure development for business sustainability. Sixth, smart and sustainable concept. Smart industrial concept has 3 principles: smart society, smart environment and infrastructure, as well as the smart economy. It is supported by one design intervention with a comprehensive, integrated and market-responsive approach. Meanwhile, sustainable industrial concept is associated with a sustainable economy, social harmony and a sustainable environment. Last, strong government support. Indonesia's government sets to accelerate the industrial estate readiness in terms of the investment process, and banking ease of doing business will be beneficial for investors. Batang Industrial Estate is categorized into 3 clusters: Techno Innovation City, incorporating education and business. Then Techno Park, integrating lifestyle and entertainment. And last one, Techno Creative Hub, an area to enhance creativity and maintain productivity. It is also aligned with 3 separate district zones, from manufacture and logistic park with electronic devices assembly, electronic device factory and logistics center, followed with the second zone, creative economy and innovation,
with more green open space in supporting a healthy lifestyle. And finally, the last one is industry complex.
OK， 我们公司呢是一个国际性的一个公司，那我们在东南亚地区有很多的投资，那最缺少的就是我们在印尼的这个部分。那印尼这个部分呢，印尼有很多很好的天然的资源，以及很好的一些公共建设，以及很善良的生产基地，但是对于公司有国民一个投资，像我们公司也不做这些东西。
印尼在新创这一块，是在东南亚的教授这个在远远的教授像印尼市场的竞争，希望至少。
欢迎参加2022年红海科技日。
让我们以最大的掌声欢迎红海科技产出的人，
红海科技日这个顺利成功，对我来讲，这是非常非常重要的礼物，非常感谢你，刘总长。
衷心的期盼台湾能够抓住这个100年一遇难得的电动车商机。红海加油 ，MIH 加油，台湾加油！谢谢大家。
非常感谢大家在这段时间付出的努力，做得很好，希望大家越做越好。
那我想，这个任何国家将来的科技的重要性就越来越增加。那这一部分刚好
一年会去2次3次，我太喜欢印尼了啊！事实上呢，我8月份上个月呢刚从世界布拉巴亚1个礼拜呢刚回来，谢谢。像印尼是东协最大的国家，是一个非常国家，而且物质。全村是一个热闹的一个状况。我觉得在这些过程里面呢，我学习也体验到很多，希望更多的都可以去。其中呢有1600位。 自己也许会让任何一件事情成就台湾当时的历史。我想在这样只是在共同在上面发扬乌朗这样的一个渔村的社区。另外一队呢是到
How do you set up a business in Taiwan? As a foreigner, it can be a daunting and frustrating process. In this video, I will take you through 8 steps that you must complete in sequence to successfully register and set up your business as a foreigner. Having a memorable name is important to your customers. Before you decide, be checking on the Ministry of Economic Affairs website. Next, visit moeaic.gov.tw and fill out application form A and submit all listed investment documents. After you're done, you will also receive a confirmation. Step 3. Visit the bank in person to create a preparatory bank account. Bring your personal seal, uniform ID number, company name confirmation from step 1, and foreign investment confirmation from step 2. Step 4. Transfer the exact amount that was listed on your foreign investment application into your bank account. Step 5. Visit MOAIC and bring application form C, bank book, remittance notice from bank, remittance application form exchange slip to verify your capital. Step 6. Certify your capital with an accounting firm and complete the certification. Step 7. Apply for a company registration by filling out all required documents for the local government and leave the space to apply for your business address. Submit everything to the Office of Commerce. Step 8. After your company is established, you can visit the Ministry of Finance to apply for a business registration. If you have any questions or you would like assistance, please don't hesitate to contact us. You can reach us on our Facebook or our website. Good luck! What is Employment Gold Card and how do you get it? The Employment Gold Card is a 4-in-1 visa that consists of a work permit, an alien resident certificate, a resident visa, and a re-entry permit. Obtaining this card includes the following benefits, but not limited to, for up to 3 years. Extended work permit or stay without working. Up to 50% tax benefit. National health insurance. Ease of permanent residency rules. Freedom to change work without applying. Bring spouse and kids to Taiwan or invite your lineal descendants to visit, even during COVID. Below are the 8 current accepted professional industries that you must qualify in order to apply. How do you apply and how long does it take? It's actually pretty easy. The application will take about a month to review and process. The application fee varies depending on your nationality, the location where you are applying from, and the Employment Gold Card validity period of which you are applying for. Before you apply, prepare your passport information, visa document, certificate of field of job specialty that was verified by overseas mission, and your residence info. Step 1. Online application. Google COA Employment Gold Card and fill out information regarding your basic data, passport, visa, resident, and profession. Then upload your documents and pay the fee online. Step 2. Passport checking. After the NIA and the WDA have passed your application review, print the passport submission notice and bring your passport. For people who are applying from Taiwan, visit the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for passport checking. And if you're applying from abroad, Visit the Taiwan Embassy in the country for passport checking as well. Step 3. Claim your card. Claim your card at your local National Immigration Agency Service Center if you're in Taiwan. And if abroad, claim it at ROC Overseas Mission or enter Taiwan using a resident authorization. Then, trade it in for the Employment Gold Card at the local NIA Service Center. If you have any questions regarding Employment Gold Card or Visa, please contact us on Facebook or via our website.
How do you hire foreigners in Taiwan? We will go over the criteria and process for hiring a foreign employee. Part A. What types of company can hire foreign talent? If your company is established for less than a year, your working capital must reach 5 million. And if it's over a year, the average turnover of most recent or previous 3 years must reach 10 million. However, if you meet one of the qualifications listed under, you may still proceed the process. Criteria 1. Your business is registered with GISA. 2. Your business has received more than 2 million of venture capital investment. 3. Your business has received an award from entrepreneurship or design competitions. 4. Your business has obtained an invention or design patent in Taiwan. 5. Your business is currently stationed in an international startup partner. Criteria for
Commitment and persistence are the beginning of change.
You either have to have a master's degree.
This is not just about the change,
Years of relevant work experience.
but how to change for the better.
5 years, and their monthly salary must be above 40.
And change is a necessity.
Students who graduate from Taiwanese University, they must meet the
Trust and commitment provide
period
certainty.
is 3 years of contract period.
Time is a valuable commodity.
The hiring process is quite simple. Visit the Busy Work Taiwan website and prepare all the documents. Submit them either online or through the Workforce Department Agency, Ministry of Labor. Wait for about 71 days and receive the approval document. If you have any question, feel free to send us a message on Facebook or visit our website. Recruiting.
All of these values matter to us all. In line with our values of caring and giving. The Online Single Submission System, OSS, is our commitment in investment transformation. This is a digital platform that integrates business permits efficiently, easily, and transparently.
We realize infrastructure is a prerequisite.
欢迎参加2022年红海科技日。
红海科技日这个顺利成功，对我来讲，
是不是非常非常重要的礼物？非常感谢你，刘总长。
衷心的期盼台湾能够抓住这个100年一遇难得的电动车商机。鸿海加油 ，MIH 加油，台湾加油！谢谢大家。非常感谢大家在这段时间付出的努力，做得很好，希望大家越做越好。
How do you set up a business in Taiwan? As a foreigner, it can be a daunting and frustrating process. In this video, I will take you through 8 steps that you must complete in sequence to successfully register and set up your business as a foreigner. Having a memorable name is important to your customers. Before you decide, pre-check it on the Ministry of Economic Affairs website. Next, visit moeaic.gov.tw and fill out application form A and submit all listed investment documents. After you're done, you will also receive a confirmation. Step 3. Visit the bank in person to create a preparatory bank account. Bring your personal seal, uniform ID number, company name confirmation from Step 1, and foreign investment confirmation from Step 2. Step 4. Transfer the exact amount that was listed on your foreign investment application into your bank account. Step 5. Visit MOAEIC and bring application form C, bank book, remittance notice from bank, remittance application form or exchange slip to verify your capital. Step 6. Certify your capital with an accounting firm, then you will receive a certification. Step 7. Apply for a company registration by filling out all required documents for the local government and lease the space to apply for your business address. Submit everything to the Office of Commerce. Step 8. After your company is established, you can visit the Ministry of Finance to apply for a business registration. If you have any questions or you would like assistance, please don't hesitate to contact us. You can reach us on our Facebook or our website. Good luck!
What is Employment Gold Card and how do you get it? The Employment Gold Card is a 4-in-1 visa that consists of a work permit, an alien resident certificate, a resident visa, and a re-entry permit. Obtaining this card includes the following benefits, but not limited to, for up to 3 years. Extended work permit or stay without working. Up to 50% tax benefit. National health insurance. Ease of permanent residency rules. Freedom to change work without applying. Bring spouse and kids to Taiwan or invite your lineal descendants to visit, even during COVID. Below are the 8 current accepted professional industries that you must qualify in order to apply. How do you apply and how long does it take? It's actually pretty easy. The application will take about a month to review and process. The application fee varies depending on your nationality, the location where you are applying from, and the Employment Gold Card validity period of which you are applying for. Before you apply, prepare your passport information, visa document, certificate of field of job specialty that was verified by overseas mission, and your residence info. Step 1. Online application. Google COA Employment Gold Card and fill out information regarding your basic data, passport, visa, resident, and profession. Then upload your documents and pay the fee online. Step 2. Passport checking. After the NIA and the WDA have passed your application review, take the passport submission notice and bring your passport. For people who are applying from Taiwan, visit the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for passport checking. And if you're applying from abroad, visit the Taiwan Embassy in the country for a passport checking as well. Step 3. Claim your card. Claim your card at your local National Immigration Agency Service Center if you're in Taiwan. And if abroad, claim it at ROC Overseas Mission or enter Taiwan using a resident authorization. Then, trade it in for the Employment Gold Card at the local NIA Service Center. If you
Ladies and gentlemen, our event will start in 5 minutes. Please be seated and wait for the event to start. Thank you.
questions regarding Employment Gold Card or Visa, please contact us on Facebook or via our website.
How do you hire foreigners in Taiwan? We will go over the criteria and process for hiring a foreign employee. Part A. What types of company can hire foreign talents? If your company is established for less than a year, your working capital must reach 5 million. And if it's over a year, the average turnover of most recent or previous 3 years must reach 10 million. However, if you meet one of the qualifications listed under, you may still proceed the process. Criteria 1. Your business is registered with GISA. 2. Your business has received more than 2 million of venture capital investment. 3. Your business has received an award from entrepreneurship or design competitions. 4. Your business has obtained an invention or design patent in Taiwan. 5. Your business is currently stationed in an international startup park in Taiwan. Part B. Criteria for 2 types of foreign workers. For foreign professionals, they either have to have a master's degree or a bachelor's degree with 2 years of relevant work experience. Their contract period is 5 years, and their monthly salary must be above $48,000. As for foreign students who graduate from Taiwanese university, they must meet the new scoring criteria. Their contract period is 3 years.
For development to sustain growth, we believe social welfare and national resilience are the results of synergy and interconnection. This is a story of the most beautiful archipelago in the world, a paradise for global investment. Spread across the equator, Indonesia is rich in resources. With more than 54,000 kilometers of coastal line and 17,000 islands, Indonesia is the largest archipelagic country in the world. Lying on the Ring of Fire and is tectonically unstable, its fertile and mineral-rich soils support the biodiversity of its flora and fauna. Indonesia, investment destination between the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, extending 5,120 kilometers along the equator, it occupies a strategic location along major sea lanes, where Middle East oils flow to East Asia, the bridge between East and West Asia, a cargo route to Europe. Behind the dense forests and the sound of its waves, Indonesia is part of the pulse of the world economy. Towering buildings across its urban landscape, a welcoming symbol for the world. Indonesia is ready to be a key player of the world economy. A country with more than 260 million people, the fourth most populous country in the world, Indonesia will have the so-called demographic bonus with 180 million people of productive age by 2030. This is significant capital to meet globalization challenges. Indonesia is home to 135 million consumer class, a sign of a growing middle and upper class with high purchasing power. Predicted to be the fifth largest economy in the world. The diversity of its people and culture have shaped Indonesia to be a strong nation. Each culture has contributed in nurturing ethos and character traits of the nation. Its diverse culture projects confidence of its future and agility and flexibility in meeting future challenges, beautifully reflected in the smiley faces of its wonderful people, which welcomes everybody coming to this country in grace of God and nature. Indonesia will not only export its raw materials to the world. Now, Indonesia stands ready to produce goods for global markets. Opened extensive industrial areas and trading ports for global distribution. The government of Indonesia has decided 245 national strategic infrastructure projects. They are divided into 15 sectors and 2 programs, covering 6 development regions across the archipelago. The government estimates these infrastructure projects will cost 4,400 trillion rupiah to complete. The financing of these projects will come from the state budget, estimated at 547 trillion rupiah. State-owned enterprises are committed to investing 1,250 trillion rupiah to the project, which leaves some 2,600 trillion rupiah for private sector's participation in this project. This is the right time for private sectors to participate in the acceleration of development across Indonesia. The government is determined to attract more investment with incentives and ease of doing business across the country. Indonesia has embarked on the revamping of its infrastructure. welcome foreign investment, Indonesia is building new airports and seaports across the archipelago as the gates for trade and tourism. More roads and motorways are being developed to increase connectivity and improve its electrical capacity with an additional 35,000 megawatts. Including the rejuvenation of its oil refinery facilities across the country, developments reach almost every corner of the country, which makes more equitable economic development. All of these make good reasons to invest in this promising land. It is now the time to see Indonesia as the new world potential. Indonesia, the world investment paradise.
Indonesia has developed into a country which combines authentic culture and current technological advancement. A country in Asia that is taken into account.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe everyone has eaten their lunch and gain more energy for our networking session number 2, talking about collaboration in electric vehicle industry ecosystem.
I am exceptionally excited for this topic too. However, before that, we would like to invite our VIP speakers to take a group photo together. So I invite the photographer to come on stage and take a group photo while everybody is seated. I invite the photographer. Thank you. All right, everyone. If you can, please take off your mask and look into the camera and give a big smile. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And for group photo number 2, we'd like to invite Deputy for Investment Climate Improvement from Ministry of Investment, Mr. Juliet, to come up to the stage. And Assistant Vice President, Mr. Troy Wu, and Global Research in the Industry Alliance, NYCU, Mr. Ken Wu, Rebecca Lay from Delta Electronics, Professor Trio Adiono from Microelectronics Center ITB, Deputy Chairperson for Investment Climate Development of Ministry of Investment, Ms. Farah Ratnadewi Indriani, Senior Director of Foxconn, Jesse Chow, Head Secretary of IETO, Ms. Tanti Harjodarsono, Director for Investment Department of IETO, Mr. Ali Fauzi, and Director for Industry Department of IETO, Mr. Winky Angga Priyatna. And more is Toko Sugiarto from IPA Taiwan, Director for Indonesian Migrant Protection of IETO, Mr. Nofrizal, Emmanuel Ferdinand Angga Wirja from Perpita, and Director for Labor Department of IETO, Ms. Utha Juwita Jara. And next is Assistant Trade Representative of Office of Trade Negotiation from OTN, Mr. Frank. Director for Immigration Department of IETO, Jerry Desnandar. Director for Trade Department, Mr. Bayu Nugroho. Manager of Foxconn, Mr. Tony Huang, and Joshua Lai from Delta Electronics. Okay, ready? 1, 2, and 3. Okay, great. Maybe we can give a thumbs up. 给个赞。好，准备哦，1、2、3。Okay, thank you. Please be seated.
All right, thank you for all distinguished guests. Next, before we begin, let us listen to a beautiful song prepared by Laurel Olina, bringing you When You Believe.
We give a warm welcome for Olivia. Big and warm welcome. Thank you. Please.
Test. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's me again, Laurel. Just now this morning, I also sang an Indonesian song. And right now, I'm going to sing an English song called When You Believe. Enjoy.
All right, before that, why do you prepare this song, if I may ask?
It's actually my favorite song, When You Believe, because the melodies are so nice, and also the lyrics, I think it's really good also, yeah.
Did it have such a special memory to you?
Actually, it's my first time singing this song live. Before I usually actually sing lots of Mandarin songs too. Yeah, but When You Believe is the first song I sing. Yeah.
All right. But because of kind of technical issues that we have, we may first let the speakers speak first, and then I'll call you next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia.
All right. So, because of some technical issue, we will jump right next to sharing and presentations by the speaker. So, without any further ado, let's welcome our first expert who will bring us the topic of collaboration of EV development, investment strategy in Southeast Asia, and competitive talent requirement. Let's welcome Mr. Jess Chow, Senior Director of Strategy Team of Foxconn, Hanhai Technology Corporation. Let's give him a warm welcome.
All right, I'm most used to on the other side. Same thing here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jesse Chow. I'm from the Chairman Office of Foxconn Group. So what I belong to is the central policy team that focus on the 3+3 strategies that you haven't heard of. That's about like starting from the electric vehicle to the next gen communications. So those are the new initiatives for Foxconn. So, and that's why we're here, because we have some very good collaborations with Indonesia government and also the local enterprise there. So today I'm gonna share about our EV development in Southeast Asia. Next, please. So as you've heard, like Foxconn now, for this new initiative starting from electric vehicle, because that's the major string of on this market. Of course, led by Tesla 10 years ago, but now it's quite quickly ramping up, and you'll see that more enterprises and also different countries has entering into this new area. So for Foxconn, we have 3 different business models. Next. The first one is the open platform, what we call the MIH. Not made in Honghai, but there's a different acronym. It represents an open platforms that try to, it's maybe not a good way, but it's to disrupt the legacy car OEM market. Why I say so is because usually it was like black box that being different car OEMs. So what we're trying to do is try to bring the ICT technology and also the way of working into these industries. So with the open platform that we are foresee a Android-like platform onto the car reference design. So which means that like buying a Tesla or another electric vehicle, you're not just buying a car. It's more like a in Taiwan we call 3C, right? It's more ICT things, including batteries, including other interesting stuffs. It's not just about the car itself, but also with lots of new experience on that. So MIH that have more than a dozen of a working group that to focus on different parts of the new electric vehicle and try to focus on how to standardize in each one of these, like connectivities, like infotainment systems, like the EA or the powertrain. So the first one that we want try to this to be open and welcome to thousands of partners. Today, I believe there's about 3,000 partners already. They are contribute their works and also try to find out how the future EV will look like. Next, please. So the other one is the one Foxconn EV. Of course, maybe you've heard that Foxconn own about like 40-ish percent of the market share of all your ICT devices manufacturing. So for Foxconn, what we're good at is the vertical integrations. So when we say that we're starting from product planning, management, testing and validations, all the way till the platform development and complete vehicle development, etc. So those are the things that it happens in the car industry before, but we want that to be a more new design and new ideas, new mindset into this area. Next, please. The third one relate to all these nations in different places. We call this is a BOL. It's starting from the model called BOT. BOT was a model that the government, together with the enterprises, to find out synergies. So build, operate, and transfer was the core value of the original model. But we try to tweak a little bit. We want because for the government, usually of course, they could find the local enterprise, very strong one. So including like IBC, including like Indica, all these are the very good enterprises in Indonesia already, right? But if we are entering into a new industries, that we might need some new technologies as well. To be enabled for that, Foxconn are trying to become that role into these three-party models. So Foxconn tried to complement with these technologies and also with the governments and the local enterprises to achieve a win-win situation that to bring this together. So what Foxconn will do is to provide this technology and also be the minority part of it to let this, we say, the national, no matter it's a brand, or national industries to go forward. So that's already happening in many different countries, including Indonesia, including Thailand, India, Middle East, and even in the US. Next, please. So then, I know if I heard that we have a Honghai Technology Day. That's already the third year this year. Next one. That we launched 3 cars, Model C, Model E, and Model T last year. And we also have a new, this pretty Model B, and also the Pikachu Model V this year. So it's all totally in 5 models. But many people don't understand why, what does that mean? Is that like a, the car that I could buy like a Model C, like Tesla have different models, right? No, it's not. It's a reference design. It's a thing for the brand, no matter where the brand comes. It could be those legacy car OEMs. Yeah, it's not legacy, but they're already there. But also for those new companies, there are new IT companies try to penetrate into this area, like Xiaomi, Huawei, like Sony. They all try to start to build cars, electric vehicle, of course. Why? Because they want to bring new experience onto the car. but not just the vehicle itself. So when we do this, we call this is 5 different reference design for different purposes, for different customers. Next, please. Next. So when we have this reference design and also align with our MI Edge open platforms, those brand owners, service providers, they could start to think about what do they want. Do they want to rebuild the wheel themselves, or do they want to maybe focus on the batteries technology, but to rely on us for the rest of it? So you say, if you're a Sony, you want to provide a very immersive experience, PlayStation 5 in 2 different cars and with your friends. But how about the rest of the cars? Now, I'm not mentioning that that's our customer but that's a new way to think. They could leverage the whole Model C as a 100% one. What they change, maybe it's just the color or the interiors. But they could maybe use 30%, 50%, or even 90% of it. Then to start to have their, those creative ideas for the rest of it. So to combine this together, it's very similar to what we're doing in these ICT areas. You don't need to invent or put R&D into everything, but that's a thing that you could leverage. So that's what we call the reference design for the electric vehicles. Next, please. So for that actually relates to so many different areas. It's not just the traditional car manufacturing. It's also including the ICT experience that we're mentioned about. So all these are the new things that happen in cars. Next one, please. It's just it's a busy slide. So it's just to mention that Fasong actually we do have our semiconductor kind of ecosystem. We are not like a TSMC, but we do have 3 different fab already, and we're starting from upstream to downstream. Equipment design service, IC design, and also packaging testing, etc. Those are very key for the 3rd generations semiconductor like gallium nitride that for the new use onto the car or even to other vehicle, even to the satellite. Next one. So we mentioned about the talent. What kind of talent today people need? Or Foxconn need. Next one. Fundamental one that you're starting from the mechanical design, body, thermal cooling system design, those engineering stuffs. But also there are like the quality and reliability and compliance and regulations. Those will also require so many different skills as well. But next one, please. These are the new capabilities that will be needed in the electric vehicle world. So when we talk about ADAS, you might heard of that. That's Advanced Driver Assistance System, which is kind of an autonomous thing, the AI things. So you need the data scientists, you need the data collections, you need the data platforms. So why? So now it's more like a software play rather than just a hardware one, right? So for that, you start to talk about the infotainment system inside of a car, zonal things to separate all these usage, virtualization, containerization. Those are very, very, say, the cloud native way or the software developer way. And also the maintenance. You're starting to maintain the Internet of Vehicles. You start collecting those data to leverage that to create another autonomous systems for the next gen driving. So also you need materials techniques. So that's why like the batteries in that battery industry, they still have so many different initiatives that are people are trying to break through to the new technology and to bring another new ways of the new type of batteries, including like the solid state one. Those are also part of that you could get into this area. But for this, I would say, if you think about a Volkswagen versus Tesla, what's the difference? So if you're starting from Volkswagen, you're starting about this car manufacturing things, everything needed, no matter it's double E, industrial engineering, etc. But for Tesla's mindset, they think about a different way. They're starting to have this, I don't know if you've ever seen this Dojo things. Dojo is kind of an integrated computing chip that's working in the car. So for the rest of the car makers, I believe there's no one starting with this study because that needs so many different areas, cross-field engineers. You're starting from this, you're starting from the semiconductor level and get to the operation system level, and get to the software levels. All these new things that get together, then you could create a new CPU and GPU combined computing devices that to put in your car to provide a very immersive and the next gen experience for your like you could start to see like there might be 4 monitors inside of the cars, even with the drivers. They don't need to use the hand to drive, right? So when those 4 different passengers, now it's all become passengers, they to start to have their own streaming experience. They could buy things on cars, they could listen music, they could watch movies, and all these things will be happen into that. They might need a very strong computing powers onto that, storage as well. So all this software integration with the hardware things are happening. And how to make yourself different, to not only have one side, one field of the skills, but to have the other sides. To combine all these together, those are the very rare things, or even you could say this are unicorns, that in these talent markets, very rare. So I would suggest if you're still in school, or you start to think about like how I get into these new areas, maybe start to develop some cross-field skills, and for this and experience, they might be of help, I think. That's one thing. Yeah, I think that's my quick introductions. I think it's not just one majors or the other. It's about like what do you want to do and how to combine all these skills together. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jesper Qing Liubu, I believe the audience would like to know more, if I may to ask. Can you share to us, what is Foxconn's strategy in the coming years to develop the business in Indonesia?
I think for this, it's better to left to Dr. Choyu. But for us, I think it's not just, of course, if you mentioned about Indonesia, what we are together, thanks to Director Ali, that we are signed early this year. It's a 5 parties MOU that to define how we are going to penetrate the new energy ecosystems into Indonesia. So those are the initiatives that we are seeing those potentials in your countries. So I believe that it's starting from, maybe this is upstream in the electric vehicle, but I think that's very key one as well. If you think about these mines that's needed for the batteries, I think that's a very good starting point. So I think that's how we see those gen that's inside of your nations.
Excellent. Mr. Jesse Chow, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Thank you,
everyone.
All right, thank you, Foxconn. It's a very amazing presentation. You've just shared to us. And Foxconn is a multinational electronics contract manufacturers and also, as a matter of fact, one of the largest employers worldwide. Amazing, pure amazing. But next, as amazing as this, we will hear from FIM, Foxconn Indica Motor, an electric vehicle joint venture established by Indonesia minor Indica Energy subsidiary, Mitra Motor Group, and Taiwanese tech manufacturers and Foxconn subsidiary, Vortex Singapore. And we will get to hear about the collaborations about the model in Indonesia and the role of high qualified talent. So let's welcome Mr. Troy Wu from Foxconn Indica Motor. Let's give a warm welcome.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So since Jesse stay other side, so let me stay this side, try to balance it. Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you very much. It's my honor to be here to share Foxconn EV business model in Indonesia, and I would like to express the importance of the role of the high qualified talents in my presentation. I'm Troy Yu from Foxconn. Now I'm in charge of the battery strategy planning in Chairman office. So next. So today's my presentation will cover these three topics. One is the introduction to the FIM that is a JV company by Foxconn Indica. And the next one is I would like to try to talk the EV market potential in Indonesia. The next one I would like to show you how important the high qualified talent for the development of EV industry. So next one. So FIM is the full name of PT Foxconn Indica Motor. This company is established on September 21st this year. So this is a quite new company, just like 2 months old. Okay, this one. Okay, so this is our shareholder structure. So Foxconn goes through Fastech Singapore, and Indica goes through a PT Mitra Motor Group to form the FIM company. And the FIM company will go through we call like BOL model to develop the technology and the business that FIM need. So according to our the FIM business scope, we are going to doing the manufacturing of e-buses and four-wheel light commercial vehicles and battery as well. Next one. So let me explain the BOL model that is invented by Foxconn. So for the battery, as an example, so in the first year we have to build the all ability that the business need. So for battery as an example, we will construction and the trial production of battery in the build stage. So like a LP batteries technology, set up the upstream material ecosystem and the cell to module platform for the trial. And around 2 years later, we will start to operate this business. So that will be a full battery platform production to meet the market need. So such like from cell to pack and roll out the new energy platform, and of course we will
keep on introduce the new battery technology from Foxconn side. So around 5 years later, go through the build stage and operate stage. This new business in Indonesia will be more mature. So that we would like to make the business more localized. So that will be the operation operated by the local company, local structure. So then we can move to the next stage, try to find the new business opportunity and to create a new technology as well. So next one. So regarding the okay, so regarding okay, next one. Okay, 下一页. Okay, so since even though the FIM is quite young, so FIM still has a very good activities in Indonesia. So go through the FIM company, we already introduced 5 buses to Indonesia to make a very good exhibition and trial run in the G20 events. So you can see here we also donate the e-buses to the Indonesia government. Okay, and we also do a very good real road run to pick up the G20 guests from airport to the hotel to the conference room. Next one. So regarding the EV market potential in Indonesia, next one. So we can see here, according to our expectation, the e-bus size will be like 1,000 units per year. The LCV, I mean light commercial vehicle, that will be more than 30,000 units per year. And for the two-wheel, like scooter, that will be more than 2 million units per year. So compared to the current market size, that will be more than 10 times growth. So that will be a very huge growth during these years. So even after 2030, the market still keep on like a 20 to 30% growth rate till the whole market mature. So this is a very huge market opportunity for everyone who would like to enter this market. Next one. So facing this so huge opportunity market, what kind of talent this market needed? Next one. So this slide I show Jessica show, but maybe in different format. But again, I would like to emphasize that in the Foxconn open platform for EV, that consists of many items that are quite different to the conventional ICE, the diesel engine, the oil engine cars. So like the hardware, the software, etc. So every items need a very high qualified talent to fulfill this market need. So next one. So since there are more and more technology will be introduced, so of course we need more and more qualified talents. Next one. Okay, so since there's a lot of things to need to do in the EV market, so what is our prioritize? So let's check the EV cost structure. So like 30 to 35% is a battery, and that would be 20 to 25% is the powertrain, and that will be 15 to 20% of the electronics. So the structural part will take like 30 to 15%. So the rest is 5 to 12%. So we believe the battery and powertrain will be a very important part that will be developed in Indonesia. Next one. So since the technology is improved day by day, so we have to look at what kind of technology or what kind of target, like battery or powertrain, that will be introduced developed in Indonesia. Okay, so what is the battery is charging for? That will be the higher safety and the efficiency, and the more cost efficiency as well. So the major factor to determine the target that we are chasing is the material only. So those people has material science engineering, chemical engineering, electrochemical engineering, and mechanical engineering as well. So for powertrain, the higher power, higher efficiency, and the lighter will be the developed target of powertrain. So like the E region people, ME region people, material science engineering people, control system, thermal transfer, structural engineer, etc. That would be these two major industry that need. Next one. So this is my conclusion. So the business-wise, Indonesia market is very promising. Foxconn is collaborating with the BKPM and IDICA to develop the Indonesia EV industry. So regarding the demand of the high qualified talent, since the EV market will keep on growing, so there's more and more talent is needed. So for the battery and powertrain, now we are going to focus on the EV industry in Indonesia. So we are quite need those talent with the material science and the mechanical, electric, and the controlling, and those are talent are encouraged to participate our industry. So this one. So that's my today's presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Troy.
Thank you very much for the presentations. It has been very interesting. And once again, we will like to remind our audience that if you haven't submitted your CV, you can submit it by just scan the QR code and submit your CV, because next week, just to remind you, we have interview sessions with several companies.
Yes, and remember, not in this place, but in IETO KDI in Weguanglu 550号 1楼. Okay, and for next one, we're going to hear a presentation from...
We're going to hear presentations from Miss Rebecca Lay, recruiting and staffing specialist from Delta Electronics, and she will introduce Delta and technologies in Indonesia.
Hello? Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Rebecca Lay. Is it showing?
All right, maybe we will have some times. Maybe we could talk a little bit more about Delta first before your presentations.
Okay, sure. So, hi, everyone. My name is Rebecca Lay, and I'm currently serving as a recruiter at Taiwan's Delta's headquarters, as well as being responsible for the Global International Recruiting Program. And I'm honored to represent Delta and meet with you all today. Let me first share 2 introductory videos with you. Okay, so through a video you have just seen, I believe we can already tell the main direction of our company's current growth. Next, I will introduce Delta to you in detail and explain Delta's main focus areas in Indonesia. So Delta was founded in 1971. As you can see at the top is our founder and honorary chairman, Bruce Chan. And down below is Mr. Hai, our current chairman. From years and years, Delta has moved from a key components manufacturer to an energy-saving solutions provider. From the beginning as a component provider, we have combined components into products and then designed products into solutions to meet our customers' needs and help them with their business challenges. In recent years, we have been working to combine our smart products and solutions and apply them into different difficulties we may encounter in our future lives. Next, please. Okay. So our enterprise mission is to provide innovative, clean, and energy-efficient solutions for a better tomorrow. We have always been concerned about the environment, so that's the reason why we continue to design innovative energy-saving products and solutions. As you can see on this page, this is the solar panel built in Denmark. It can reach 98.6% efficiency and support electricity needs for more than 30,000 families per year. We hope to use our efforts to reduce the impact of global warming on human survival. Next, please. Also, Delta is a global enterprise. We have sales offices, plant sites, and R&D centers all over the world. Next. To give you more specific figures, we have 158 sales offices and 48 plant sites and 72 R&D centers. Therefore, we have nearly 10,000 R&D engineers and over 80,000 employees around the world. Next, please. Okay, sorry. Here, I would like to share our solutions with you. In the area of automation, we focus on industrial and building automation, which is also applied to smart manufacturing. Also, we have data center, telecom energy, and smart energy related solutions. Furthermore, we have been working for a long time in the field of electric vehicles, so including power storage and power supply, as well as components for automobiles. You can see that we offer display and monitoring related solutions as well. All of these solutions are constantly evolving and improving as Delta's business expansion continues. Next, please. So let me take you on a quick look at some success cases. We'll start from the right side of the page. Over here in China, we provided smart building solutions for medical centers and factories. In Japan, we have built EV charging stations and solar systems. Here in Jakarta, we are involved in smart city projects, providing smart street lighting solutions there. And in Myanmar, we also have solutions for data centers. And in the United States, on the far left, we work on universities and hotels to provide smart building solutions. Also in Europe, we are provided solar and EV charging solutions too. Next, please. Okay, next, I would like to introduce Delta's business in Indonesia. Our office in Indonesia has been open for 9 years. And the 4 categories you see on this page are our main focusing areas in Indonesia. First, about data center. This is Delta's highest growth in Indonesia. And the next one, which is very popular now, is EV. And Delta's EV charger has 75% of the market share in Indonesia. Furthermore, regarding automation, Delta held an online meeting in June this year, inviting over 500 guests from the government and industry to share their ideas and insights on smart manufacturing and industrial automation for Making Indonesia 4.0. We are looking forward to assist in Making Indonesia 4.0 by sharing our technical and successful experiences. At the same time, we have been promoting smart city solutions in the country and are actively preparing for cooperation and participation in related projects. So Delta has a wide range of products and solutions. So the 4 areas you see above, for example, Delta's fan and thermal solutions are actually used in all areas. Next, please. So our office in Indonesia is located in Soho capital in Jakarta, a very busy area. We currently have engineers and marketing personnel there, so we would also love to have more talents like you to join us. Next, please. At the same time, I would like to share with you that Delta is a company that values DEI. We respect and embraces diversity. In fact, we are going to start our Global Elite Mingle program next year. We plan to recruit people from different countries. Talents will be trained in Taiwan for up to 1 year and then transferred to another location for work, including India, Thailand, and America, Texas. Candidates will know where they are moving at the time of application and interview. We also have mentors and preparation programs as well as language courses to make sure everything goes well during the training and the talents will have great experiences here in Delta. Next, please. So this is the end of my introduction of Delta. Thank you for your attention and listening. I hope that today's content will be helpful to you in your job search and development. And please feel free to contact me and my colleague Loy with any questions you may have about JAM program or the job opportunities in Indonesia and Taiwan. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rebecca Lay. Now it's time for the talk show and discussion session. So first, let us invite our moderator back on the stage. Or can you stand in front of the stage for a while, Mr. Fandiosin, because we're going to ask some questions. All right, so after listening to the presentations of many outstanding company, can you please stand in front of the stage? Yeah. So after hearing many outstanding presentations related to EV industries, what do you think and what is your opinions as a talent of Indonesia yourself?
All right. So it was a very insightful presentation, both from Mr. Hesse and also Mr. Troy and Mrs. Rebecca about the EV industries in Taiwan and also they're expanding in Indonesia. I think the EV industry in Indonesia, we have a lot to explore in Indonesia. Eventually, we have to go there. Sustainability is a thing that we need to achieve. Not just Indonesia, of course, throughout the world. But I think Indonesia can take a big step in exploring the EV industries because we have the resources. We need the talents. We need to gather the talents in Indonesia to explore these new industries in Indonesia. Yeah, I think that's it from my perspective. Yeah.
What right perspective you have there, and thank you for your opinion. That's why today our talk show will be talking about talent readiness of EV industry in Indonesia, and of course our key players, apart from Mr. Fendi, of course, as the moderator, is our expert, Mr. Joshua Lai. If you can come up to the stage. And then from the government perspective, Mr. Ali Fauzi. And of course, Professor Trio Adiono to come on stage. And last but not least, the talent, Mr. Toko Sugiharto from Simplotech and Emmanuel Ferdinand Anggawijaya from AUT. Please come on stage. All right, and the time is yours, Fendi.
All right, thank you, Mr. Yosef and Miss Tasha. Welcome back to our IT Connect event. Now we will proceed to the second session. Let me introduce myself one more time for the audience that have maybe just came. My name is Fendi. I'm a business development associate at Kick Resume, a talent pool platform in Asia Pacific. I'm going to be the moderator for today's session. In this second session, we are going to discuss more in depth about the talent readiness for EV industries in Indonesia. Our guest speakers from the professional industry will be Mr. Joshua Lai, recruiting and staff specialist from Delta Electronics Taiwan. Mr. Joshua Lai knows a lot about the recruitment world, understands fully the talent distributions and quality in Indonesia for EV. And also, our second guest speakers for the professionals, welcome back, Professor Trio. Professor Trio will help us to know more about the EV industries in Indonesia. And also today we want to understand the position of our beloved country, Indonesia, in the electric vehicle industry. Our respected head of investment, Department in the Indonesian Economic and Trade Office, Mr. Ali Fauzi. Thank you, Mr. Ali Fauzi, for your time attending the events today. Last but not least, our beloved young talents from Indonesia, Mr. Toko Sugiarto from Simplo Technology and Emmanuel from Asia University. Please introduce yourself, young talents, Toko Sugiarto and Emmanuel.
I'm Toko Sugiarto from Simplo Technology. Our company is provide about the battery, especially in the PMS for notebook, and now we start develop the battery for vehicle. And then I forgot that I graduate from Brawijaya University in Malang City, Indonesia. Then I continue in National Central University in the mechanical engineering. The major is optomechatronic engineering, and maybe that's all. Thank you.
And hi everyone, let me introduce myself. My name is Emmanuel, and I'm a second year bachelor's degree student from Asia University, majoring in computer science.
All right, as an opening remarks, I want to ask our fellow friends first, Emmanuel, from the student's point of view, what's EV and what's the stigma when you heard the word EV or EV industries?
Okay, thank you for your question. I think as a student, university student, hearing about EV is more about like a vehicle, especially cars, that was run by a battery and then integrated with software. So it's more like a complete package of vehicles that really just not serve the purpose of just being a transportation for us human being, but also more like increasing our quality of life, especially for transportation, safety, and as well as convenience. That's all.
All right, thank you, Emmanuel, for your understanding in EV industries. Maybe as an introduction, I would like to ask Professor Trio. Maybe Professor Trio can help us to understand a little bit about EV in a very simple terms for our audience. Perhaps how it is manufactured and maybe how long does it take to make an electric vehicle?
Okay. Yeah. As you see in previous presentations, so EV it's very much different with conventional car. Yeah, it's more like an IT device. Yeah, so in electric vehicles there are a lot of mechanical things that are reduced. So the number of components in EV is reduced a lot. However, if we consider about the electronics, yeah, it increased a lot. For example, in the conventional car only has 150 components for the electronics, but in EV car, yeah, it is become 1,500 for each car. Yeah, so yeah. EV should be manufactured much faster. Yeah. However, the price is still high due to the problem in battery. So almost 50% of the cost still in battery. So we are happy that Foxconn is investing in battery. So I think by developing the battery technology, it can reduce a lot in EV car. And Indonesian also in automotive, it's a big opportunity. Currently, Indonesia produces around 1.2 million car a year. One of the biggest car producer production in Asian countries. Yeah. So I think this new technology is a big opportunity in Indonesia in the next few years.
Okay, so when we buy EV, we're just not buying cars, but we are buying the technology, the AI that we can see Tesla, they can drive for themselves right now, right? Okay, thank you, Professor Trio, for your brief explanation. I think it helps us to understand EV in a very simple terms. Maybe I want to a little bit ask to Mr. Toko, working at Simplo Technology. What is your perspective as a talent? Why do you think EV is very important, and why now has to be the time that we explore the electric vehicle? Humanity has been using fossil fuels for decades, even centuries, but why now is the right time for electric vehicles to develop?
Okay, thank you for your question. Before I deliver my answer, actually today is very amazing for me because every day I just in the morning go to office and then in the night go home and I have no information about this kind of event. Then today is very amazing because I know that Foxconn already collaborate with the Indica Motor, then invest in Indonesia. That is like a big hope for me. Maybe in the future I can go to this company. And then my perspective about the EV technology, as I know that we have two kind of vehicle. The first is use the fossil energy, and then the electric energy. I mean use battery. If we have the start point is 0, then the end point is 100. I think the vehicle with the fossil energy already in the 70 or 80, and then the vehicle, electric vehicle, maybe in the 5 to 10, and still in the beginning. So as talent in this field, I think for many students in Taiwan, Indonesian students in Taiwan, they have a big change, okay, to focus in this kind of technology. Like my brother Emmanuel, they in the AI, in the computer science, then maybe they can develop the control system of EV, and then not only in the battery and AI, so we can focus in the mechanical engineering, in the electrical engineering, and then yeah, that is my view about the EV.
All right, follow-up questions for the talents. Maybe Emmanuel or Mr. Toko can answer this. You mentioned just now about computer science and AI. And is there any correlation between computer science, AI, and also electric vehicles? Maybe if there is one, maybe you can share a little bit about that part for us.
Okay, so as we know that EV is not just about the hardware components, but also the software components. And for us to develop the software components, we need to implement some new things such as AI or maybe cloud service based of programming. And we can see the implementation of those things. Like for example, let's say for Tesla, like the self-automated driving system, it also implements AI in a way that, let's say, they calculate the distance between the car with other cars or with other people. And those such things can really help building a better EV in the future by implementing computer science degree and those fields. Thank you.
All right, all right. Tesla has been tremendous with their cars, EV cars in the US. They're releasing the fully automated drivings throughout the US. I'm not sure if it works in other countries or not, but it's quite cool. Okay, maybe I want to jump to Mr. Ali. I want to ask about where are we as a country, Indonesia, for electric vehicle development compared to the global advancement of electric vehicle in the world. As we know, several companies in Indonesia are exploring the possibilities of the EV advancement. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Fendi. I think the issue of the supply chain, the efficiency of supply chain, that it becomes more and more important for this is what also applied to the EV sector. As you know, just 1 or 2 years ago, the issue of chip shortage is very much hit the industry of especially the automotive sectors, and this is what we also will face in the next future. So the government sees this is very important to have because what everybody or every country wants today is to have the integration, the not only the horizontal integration. It means to have all the supply chain there, but also the vertical integration, to have all the value chain there. So begin from the design, begin from the what we have in semiconductors is testing and so on, and also the marketing. So Indonesia, of course, we are a good marketer of automotives in Indonesia, locally. Yeah, this is I think the government we have set the goal to be an EV hub in Southeast Asia. This is for sure, and because we are rich in nickel as battery components, so this is very relevant of setting such goal. Yeah, and other thing is like our talents have stated before that EV is not about the hardware anymore. If I'm an old-fashioned automotive fan, if yesterday you are asked about, hey, how big is your cylinders, what kind of V cylinder or anything. Yeah, this is hardware things, or what kind of like from IC or something. So this is a very hardware thing. But now, all you can do to produce a very good EV is the software. Yeah. This is what so-called the software defined vehicle, right? So this is the future for all Indonesian talents. That's why we held such event today. This is the very small start, and hopefully we can still have like Mr. Toko. We want to awake you up, and all the friends. Yeah, and also to motivate. Maybe such an example, good example is one of the good engineer from Tesla is also an Indonesian lady. Yeah, you may acknowledge that. So I think we have a good future for good near future for EV development, and hopefully the companies have presented to us also theirs on the plan to realize their business plan shortly. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so as Mr. Ali has stated before, it's kind of interesting actually. Before people talk about, hey, what cars, like the hardwares of the cars, but now maybe can your car drive by themselves or not, right? It's all about the technology. It's not more about the hardware anymore. It's more about the software. It's kind of interesting actually. Okay. Maybe I want to jump to Mr. Joshua. I think because among us, maybe you're the experts in the Taiwan market. Like maybe you can share a little bit about the progress of the EV industries in Taiwan. Like how advanced is actually the Taiwan EV industries compared to other countries? Yeah.
Well, I'll just share from my observation because as you are the professional for the technique and also for hardware, software, and then as a perspective of human resources and also the observation about the market, I'll say that, well, you can see out there are loads of Tesla, and then which you can see that it's gonna be more pervasive, more and more. And then with this, the setting up of having this ecosystem, you can see that the charging ports and also the like no longer in the past time we have like gas station. Now sometimes we have charging stations, and then there are various charging stations. For example, like we know there's a Taipei 101. So down there you have like high voltage, or the household one, you might probably have a low voltage, depends on the needs and demands. So it's quite pervasive and getting bigger and bigger. So I think that's just really echoes what has mentioned, that the electric vehicles market is gaining more and more. And then especially for the talents, there's further needs from the perspective of human resource. It's no longer just software, hardwares, and then it has more to be developing. For example, like we have this prototype, as mentioned, like Foxconn, they have some different customization. And also for the battery or for the energy efficiency, that's also one of the focus that Delta is working. And also, I think people are trying to in advance and making improvements. So we're on the way onto for more pervasive at one point and more efficient at the second point. Yeah, that's my view.
Interesting, actually. Speaking about talents, like how big is actually like these EVs companies are hiring?
Well, it still depends, but I will say it's open to all kinds of different people. For example, as Mr. Ali just mentioned, that not only the horizontal, but also the vertical integration. So imagine like I'm from the beginning, from components, then how do you make up the hardware of the EV car? So we really need some R&D, and then also from mechanical engineering background students or talents. So that's, well, because it's getting bigger and bigger. So it's really, actually, it's hard to say an accurate number, but I'll say it's booming. And then, so moving further, like software, how do we connect or integrate all these components, for example, like the battery, the motor, the passive components, and also for the entertainment. I remember just mentioned that there will be some display monitor, or there will be different kind of entertainment facilities. So how that can be managed to use that efficiency. That's for the software. So we also need software engineering. Moving on next, how to sell these vehicles to the markets. That's also crucial. And because this market, everybody is putting focus and efforts on it. So I think overall, I'll say from a human resource perspective, it's booming. But it's hard to having an accurate number, because it's depending on how the situation, but I think it's having a brighter future.
Maybe for the next 5 or 10 years, the EV industry will hire more and more.
Exactly.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Joshua, Mr. Joshua, for your explanation about that. It gives a very comfortable statement for the talents that want to pursue careers in the EV industries. Maybe I want to get back a little bit more to the EV section with Professor Trio. Another thing that we might want to know is how impactful it is for our environment using EVs versus the conventional transportation. Just like other devices, batteries have a lifetime. When we reach the life cycle of a battery, the battery have their waste. The thing that we want to know is how harmful it is for our environment. Does using EV leads to a better environment, or is it actually worse?
Yeah, actually, it's outside my expertise. But regarding to the car itself, of course, is net zero emission. It will reduce a lot if all the car in Indonesia will use the EV. Yeah, it's reduce a lot of pollution. But regarding to for the battery itself, I'm not sure. Maybe other people, Pali is in chemical more understand more about that. I think beside this, it's also regarding to the electricity generation also. So we have also to increase our renewable energy. In order to reduce more on the emission. Not only in the car but the generating side.
Okay, thank you, Professor Trio. Maybe Mrs. Toko wants to add.
For this kind of question about how to manage the cycle of battery, actually in the battery design, when we have 100 the capacity, actually in the beginning maybe we only use the 30 or 40 of capacity, and then we play in this section, and then if a long time be used with the many cycles, the battery capacity will be dropped, decrease time by time, cycle by cycle. Then actually in the beginning maybe we only use the 30, and then maybe during the cycle count it will move like we always use 30 until from 0 to 30. The before we use only for 70 to 100 maybe, but in the end of a battery maybe we use from 0 to 30. Like this method how to manage the cycle. So maybe we worry about if we use the battery, maybe after a few times we need to change the battery, and the battery is not cheap, it's very expensive. Like we already mentioned, maybe 40 to 50 cost of the EV is from battery. So don't worry about this kind of issue, because in the battery industry, they have a method how to make a good battery in the long time. Okay, maybe this can answer.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the explanation. Maybe the other thing that we are very curious at is Tesla is penetrating the market all over the world. The advancement of its technology combining transportation with sustainability and artificial intelligence, I think it's a very smart way for Tesla to do that. Now we can see car driving for itself. It's revolutionary. Even myself, I would like to own one, Tesla. But what do you think makes EV worth it? Because it's actually far more complex than conventional cars. We have to charge EV overnight in order to use it the next day. Whereas with fossil fuels car, we can refuel it within 10 minutes and drive for 100 kilometers and more. So yeah, maybe what is your perspective? What's your take on this? And yeah, what's your take on this?
Actually, if we want to compare which one more benefit between the fossil transportation with the fossil energy or battery or EV, actually, you use a Tesla, right?
No, I don't use it now.
Oh, okay. But as I know, so many people already review about the EV. I never see in the Taiwan, but I see in the YouTube many Indonesian people use Tesla, and not only Tesla, another EV also, another brand. I mean, maybe from Hyundai or other brand. They say that if we use the fossil energy, then maybe we will spend 300,000 rupiah. It's the same with if we use the electricity, maybe only 30,000 rupiah. Maybe 10 times. But now the problem is the price of EV is very expensive. Actually, if maybe the company can product the EV more efficient, and then the company can reduce the EV price, maybe all of people in the world will get the big benefit if they use the EV. Okay, that's all.
All right. Jumping to the talents section, as a person who works in a human resource department, Mr. Joshua knows well how the Indonesian talents quality are. Maybe if you can, please share about it, whether our talents in Indonesia are ready to face the working environment in the EV industry or not. If not, what should a talent possess to be in the EV industries?
Okay, thank you for noting that. So from the HR perspective, and also we have been to different campuses and also different events, for example, like internship, also for job fairs or different kind of collaborations. So from my perspective, we see a lot of talents that are ready for the internship. So I think it's one of the good ways that to experience the workplace, because like not only for EV, I would say it's about the whole industry. So you will have more hands-on knowledge and experience on doing different things. And also, some of the know-hows that from the senior employees or colleagues. And then I would just like to share that we actually have 5 Indonesian students that has graduated from Taiwan, not only undergraduates and postgraduates, and are now joining in Delta. And then not only in EV, they work for like ME engineers, also IT, they work for software development, and then DRC, which is a research center in Delta. And what they do is not just simply for the engineering that we think, but it's like next generation or the generation after that. So it's gonna be a long run. So it's going to be having different kind of prototypes or experiments about it. And also there's one I noticed is she works for sales. So she not only sells for the traditional products. Now it has connected into solutions. So it's more pervasive and more complicated ones. So we see that for the talents from Indonesia, they are quite ready. And then we're really looking forward for more talents to come. Thank you.
Okay, Professor Trio, from your observation in Indonesia, our environment, our infrastructures for the EV industry, for the talents to work in the EV industries, and for companies to come to Indonesia and make factories in Indonesia, do you think we are ready for that or not?
Yeah, I think we have a big industry in automotive. Yeah, what they need is to convert it into the EV industry. So I think yeah, this is a big opportunity. The currently the problem is I think the infrastructure in charging station. Yeah, there's not enough charging station yet in Indonesia, and also the price of EV is there is a big difference between EV and conventional. But regarding to the news, next year there will be a subsidized on the EV, and also we see that very big enthusiasm from the user to use EV, not the expensive one. Yeah, now we saw some EV is very cheap. Yeah, I think there will be a big difference in the next few years in EV in Indonesia. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Professor Trio. Concludes that we just have to convert the existing industries to the sustainable one. All right. Maybe I will open questions from the audience to the speakers. Maybe can help me to deliver the microphone to. Yes.
Okay, my name is Tara. I am student representation from PVI Taiwan. So I want to ask about EV. As we know, Taiwan, Japan, and another country has started EV has long, and Indonesia just started. I very support EV in Indonesia because there's can reduce the pollution. But we will talk about, if we talk about the infrastructure, how's Indonesia infrastructure ready for the EV, and how long this infrastructure can be realized to Indonesia? And the second is, if we talk about EV and semiconductor, this is like a big future, right? So, and how government and business sector can deliver this EV issue to the society in Indonesia without forget our culture like that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like to invite Mr. Ali to answer the question about our infrastructures in Indonesia. Is it ready or not for the EV industries? Yeah.
Yeah, first, don't worry about infrastructures because we already have Delta coming soon. And they will be, previously we want to have this standard for charging station, but after we have Delta, then we just follow. This is the case. So the market is more running very fast, and we should follow. And yeah, don't worry. And of course, in two-wheelers, we also already have this swap station, very popular, and the swap mode will be the one that the government will invite more, the swap station, and this is, I believe, also will be the target from Delta and any companies. And one thing is also the important thing about the recycling, the battery recycling. Our government also offer a very attractive incentive package for battery recycling industry. I don't know if any company in Taiwan is very good in this, but maybe from other countries. But I will say that EV batteries, mostly if we have nickel batteries or lithium batteries, the nickel is still there. Yeah. This is the lithium. May I speak as a bit as chemical engineering?
It's
chemical engineering background.
yeah.
this is the lithium that traveling along the battery, right? So it's how to make it new again is to core the lithium again that is this deposit in somewhere, right? So actually this is a simple one. The nickel battery will have the future because to recycle is easier than the what is it, the
lithium.
LFP LFP batteries, lithium ferro phosphate now. Yeah, the nickel will be more easily to recycle, to be recycled. So this is also we hope if we have more and more recycling plan, it will reduce also the price of the batteries and also the price of the vehicle. Yeah, of course. And may I inform some of the incentives from our government?
Yes, please.
The first one is now all the government, beginning next year, all the government institution must use EV. Yeah. So this is a presidential regulation already, and government will give subsidy up to 5,000 US for buying an EV. So this is one
a huge step.
Some of incentives from our government. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ali, for sharing that with us. All right, I think that's the cue. Our talk show session has to end here. Thank you, Mr. Professor Trio, Mr. Joshua, and Mr. Ali, and talents, Mr. Toko, and also our fellow friends, Emmanuel. It's been an honor to host today's events. A very insightful talk show. The place and time, I return it back to the MCs.
Thank you, Fendi. Let's give a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you so much. Very insightful discussions. And yeah, can
our
Mr. Sid,
distinguished
please?
guests, thank you.
In the discussion that Tasha, Fendi mentioned about to have a Tesla on Tesla One.
Yeah, I
How
heard
about you?
that. Of course, I want to, but
Mm.
maybe my wallet. I have to
I
check my
see.
wallet first. But yeah, as Mr. Ali Fauzi had said, that even government is planning to have an EV cars
Right.
in the future, and about the Indonesian government dream, where they are targeting 2 million electric cars and 3 million electric motorcycles in 2030, and I dream that I am one of those.
Yes. I think in the coming years, we can see more and more EV in Indonesia, right?
Yeah, and I hope that everybody here could, of course, I believe
Own.
everybody would want to own an electric car too.
Indeed.
But yeah, from all the talk show, we could see that Indonesia is indeed ready for the industry and for EV to come into the market.
Yep.
And I think Indonesia is more than ready, seeing that a lot of company is coming to invest in Indonesia. And yeah, I'm very
Sure.
looking forward to the future and see about this EV industry, how it's gonna develop.
Sure. And for the next, Tasha?
Yeah, so it's for the closing of our networking session too, we have two special performance. So first, without any further ado, we'll call Laurel Olina to sing for us When You Believe.
Give a warm welcome for Olivia.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Laurel, and I'm going to sing When You Believe.
streets we've prayed with no proof anyone could hear. In the hearts of our song we barely understood. Now we are not afraid, although we know there's much to fear. We were moving mountains long before we knew we could. There can be miracles when you believe. Though hope is frail, it's hard to get. Knows what miracle you can achieve when you believe. Somehow you will. You believe. This type of fear, soft and frozen fell. Hope seems like a sound words to swiftly run away. Yet now I'm standing here, my heart so full I can't explain. Seeking witness with I never when you believe hope is frail, it's hard to believe. Who knows when we cross you can achieve when you believe. Somehow you will. When you it's easy to give in to your fears. By your brain, can see your way through the rain. Small it's hard to kill. When you can achieve when you somehow you somehow you Thank you.
Amazing, amazing. Just pure talent. If I have your voice, I would never shut up. But thank you for delivering such a enjoyable song. And next, of course, apart from singing a beautiful song, we also have traditional dance. And it is brought to you by ISA MUST, Mingshin University of Science and Technology, bringing you Tari Piring, or in English, the plate dance.
Let's give them a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors,
Okay, thank you, Indonesia Student Associations of Mingxing University of Science and Technology. Wow, such an outstanding performance, and it has been a great day. Not only we got to listen to many insights, we could also get to see many talented performances and the culture of Indonesia.
Yes, agreed, Tasha. Apart from that, I see many participants have visited the booth and did walk-in interview. And of course, this can only be done in IT Connects 2022.
That's right, such a rare opportunities. But although we have had such a great time together, sadly, we have to say our goodbye as we have reached the end of our event.
But no worries, IT Connects will surely make its comeback. And I'm Joseph.
And I'm Anastasia. It has been our pleasure to be the host of today's event. See you on the next opportunity and
Goodbye. Thank you.
We realize infrastructure is a prerequisite for development to sustain growth. We believe social welfare and national resilience are the results of synergy and interconnection. This is the story of the most beautiful archipelago